All right, good morning. This is the North Carolina Charter Schools Review Board meeting of January 12th, 2026. I am going to take roll call. Jeremy Wall.
Present.
Stephen Gay. Linda Ling Ellis. Bruce Friend.
Present.
Rita Hare.
Here.
Hilda Parlay.
Présent.
Todd Godby.
Here.
Ted too. Eric Sanchez. Shelley Shope.
Here.
John Eldridge. Eric Gucan.
Here.
Gerald McNair.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us for the January meeting of the Charter School Review Board. Appreciate all the board members who traveled in today to be with us on this full agenda. Thank you, as always, to the Office of Charter School, Ashley and her team, for putting today's agenda together and all the preparation that goes into doing so. I also want to welcome all those who are listening in online across the state, and appreciate your time as well. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the NC flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of North Carolina and pledge to the Old North State love, loyalty, and faith.
Of our ethics statement, board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the review board. Does any member of the review board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record.
Mr. Chair, Hilda Parlay is recusing from ALA Charlotte, ALA Coastal, and Wake Preparatory Academy.
It really noted. We'll need to make sure we pull those renewal votes out separately. I'm sorry, Mr. Godwin.
Yes. And Chair Friend, I will be recusing myself of the Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington.
Thank you.
Chair, I'll be removing myself from Bradford Prep.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few schools, but I don't have mommy. So I'll as the time comes, I'll bring them.
That sounds great. Thank you. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. The Charter Schools Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. First order of business here today is to actually approve today's agenda. I hope you've had a chance to review the agenda and all the materials that the Office of Charter Schools put together for us. Can I get a motion to approve the January 2026?
So moved.
Thank you. Get a second?
Hilda Parlay seconds the move.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Additionally, we have our meeting minutes from December 2025 to review. Those have been provided to us in eBoard. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those as well. Can I get a motion to approve the December 2025 minutes?
Mr. Chair, Hilda Parlay moves to approve the December 2025 meeting minutes.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Hare, Dr. Hare. Any discussion? All in favor of approval for the December 2025 minutes, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Moving right along. Next up, we have some amendments, and Ms. Wetzel, I think, is up. Good morning.
Good morning, board, and happy new year. Julie Wetzel with the Office of Charter Schools. We have one amendment request this morning from a school in the ready to open process. Hype Leadership Academy is requesting a second delay. They are scheduled to open initially as a K-5 public charter school in Hope County, and they're currently in the ready to open process. They originally were going to open in August 2025. Our office approved a 1-year delay in September to open in fall 2026. So no, they're now requesting a second delay, which the Charter Schools Review Board must approve for an August 2027 opening. There's some background. They were unable to secure a suitable facility in Hope County for this upcoming school year. They had identified a potential church and engaged in discussions with the pastor, and then there were some lease negotiations that subsequently commenced. The congregation expressed some concerns, and the final congregational vote resulted in a decision not to lease the facility to the school. So this decision has occurred several months after planning and materially affected the school's ability to secure a facility within the required timeframe. So they're continuing to actively pursue alternative facility options, and they remain committed to securing a compliant long-term location that supports student success. Without any additional time, they're unable to meet the ready to open requirements. They do have financial commitments in place, including an agreement with H.J. Sims Financial Services and a $300,000 financial commitment from the Roadmine Group. So for these reasons, HYPE seeks approval for a second-year delay to responsibly secure a facility and proceed toward a successful opening. There are 2 enrollment charts. One is the initial approved enrollment chart, and then there's a proposed enrollment chart with a slight increase for each opening year through the first 5 years. There have been some board of directors changes since the school was originally approved to open, and those changes have been summarized in the executive summary as well. We have all required documentation in our office, and they're requesting this second delayed opening. We should have representatives from the school online if there are any questions.
Thank you for that summary. Looking at the new enrollment projections, if this delay is approved, looks like they're just looking at adding 10 new students per grade level. So that's not that's not a massive budgetary change. And is it safe to, I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. It's safe to say that the board is still committed to Hope County. This is not we're not looking at.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah.
Any questions for Ms. Wetzel or for any members of the board of directors?
I have a question for the school board. Are they still working with North Carolina Educational Solutions, which I believe may have been like a division of the Roadmine Group, but are they working with NCES?
Yes, that's my understanding. Do we have anybody from the school online who can respond to that question to confirm? But that's my understanding.
Yes. Yes, hello, can you hear me okay? This is Alberta Lampkins, the board chair.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, the answer is yes. We're still working with them, actively working with them.
So at the time of the application, when we approved that, was that 2023, 2022, 23? You were working with the Roadmine Group, and they actually had identified 3 properties, and you had a facility buyout agreement. Because we weren't involved, I think, in the first delay. Now it's a second delay. You're looking at a 2027 opening, 4 years after the approval, and it really shifts things. Just wondering, I guess it's obvious those 3 properties just fell through.
Yes, unfortunately they did. They did fall through. The initial was that we were looking for a new build, and unfortunately we were not able to secure that for the new build. And then, as you know, was stated, we were really hoping to be able to use the facility for the church, and unfortunately that fell through as well. So yes, we have identified a couple other alternate places that we may be able to house the school, but nothing is solid as of yet. But we are looking at several other properties.
I have a question. Back at the approval of the application, NCES was new. The application defined it as a new nonprofit, didn't have a website, didn't have any financial history. And so now we're 2 years later, I still was unable to find a website. I'm just wondering about the health or even the existence of that nonprofit. Can you elaborate on that for us?
Yes, we do actually have a website. So I'm not sure why you were not able to find that, but we can make sure that you.
I'm talking about NCES.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Right. It was indicated they would establish a website. They are a new nonprofit at the time 2 years ago. So it doesn't look as if they have developed, but you say you're still working with them.
We are still working with them, yes.
And to support, this is Rodney, Vice Chair for HYPE, in support of Madam Chair Alberta. We can provide that for full transparency, just to give you where we are even to today.
Mhm.
Post this meeting here.
Okay, I think I just have one other question. By the additional 10 students you're adding, it looks like there would be maybe 26 class ratio, 26 students in the class. Is that what you're anticipating?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And have any funds been dispersed at all? Have you accessed any of the loan money that's available to you?
No, not yet.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for board members? All right, hearing none, would anyone like to make a motion on this request for HYPE Leadership Academy to receive another year delay? Okay, then I'll make the motion. I'd like to make a motion. I move that we accept HYPE Leadership Academy's request for a second year delay. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion?
I think I'd like just sort of like for us to articulate the fact that when we do these delays, it will be at least 4 years from the approval. And I can say on the one hand, if we approved, an application and a budget and a board and everything, then we express confidence in them. And if things even shift, we had confidence that they could follow through. And this is what happened. But on the other hand, it can be completely different from what we approved. Numbers change, budgets change. By the time you get 4 years down the road, financials will be just completely different. The board has already shifted several members. And so not just HYPE specifically, but just in general, the delay thing. It seems to be just part of the process now, particularly with facility acquirement. And so maybe that's just something we accept. But I think we think about it. We need to give this some thought as to how many delays we allow, how many years we allow before we determine this is no longer the same application. And they come to us frequently with property is secured, agreements are there, it's all on go. And, then we're asking for a 1 year delay, then a 2 year delay. And I guess we have to be careful to be swayed by boards who feel like they got everything in place. We need to question more deeply or get more secure information. So that we're really confident they can follow through according to the timeline planned, if at all possible.
Comments? Questions? Okay, the motion on the table is to allow HYPE Leadership Academy to have a second year delay. It was seconded. Ashley, let's do a roll call vote.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Aye. Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Eric Gukian,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, it passes HYPE, and Julie will get you a letter, and then you'll work with Natasha on keeping us up to date on your progress. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Next up, Visual Arts Simulation Presentation.
All right, good morning, board. This is Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. I'm going to give you an update from OCS first, and then I'll invite the board and leadership from Community School and Digital Visual Arts to come and give you their update. So for a little bit of context, in 2025, Community School of Digital and Visual Arts was granted a 3-year renewal with stipulations. And as a reminder, at the time of renewal, the areas of concern were board governance, including the board's adherence to open meetings requirements and the timely posting of their board meeting minutes, as well as compliance with required submissions to DPI, including the school's annual audit. They were a couple years behind in submitting annual audits at the time, and their performance framework submissions. So the review board's decision was to grant the school a 3-year renewal with stipulations that required the school to, 1, present a governance, financial, and academic report to the Charter Schools Review Board at a minimum of 1 year, or once per year, provide monthly board meeting minutes to the Office of Charter Schools, submit their annual audits on time. Their board members are required to go through a minimum of 2 trainings a year, and they're required to provide monthly updates to the Office of Charter Schools regarding a potential facility move that was on the table at the time of renewal. So the Office of Charter Schools has been monitoring each stipulation, and I've summarized their progress thus far on the following slides. So for the first stipulation presenting to the Charter Schools Review Board, that is in progress. It will happen today. And just to note that the school leadership has been in clear communication with the Office of Charter Schools and submitted all their materials for presentation on time. The second is a submission of board meeting minutes. So the April through November minutes were submitted and posted on time. And then their December minutes haven't been submitted yet, but that's not required. So that's upcoming. They have demonstrated a great improvement in consistency in posting their minutes. They submit them to me on time. And then I also go and check their website each month, and they're posted on their website as well. I'll also note, just in a quick observation of their minutes, there's a lot more detail that's been noted in their minutes and improvement since the time of renewal. For the third stipulation, submitting their annual audit on time, their FY25 annual audit was submitted on time by the deadline. So that stipulation has been met for the fiscal year 2025. Then the stipulation 4 was their board training. So the completion of 2 board training sessions per year. They are required to present on their progress today. So they're in progress with that, and they will give you their update, and we'll continue to monitor. And then the last is providing monthly updates on their facility. We received updates in May and June. Their July update was submitted late, but it was eventually submitted to us following some follow-up. And then in August of 25, they completed the requirement and then also confirmed that they're no longer pursuing a relocation at the time. So at this point, the Office of Charter Schools has considered the stipulation as satisfied, and we're not currently requiring ongoing facility updates, as they've indicated that they're not pursuing that relocation. So here's a quick summary. So far, they've been on track, completing or in progress with all of their stipulations. We will continue to monitor those over the next 2 years of their renewal. And so at this time, I will invite the leadership from the Community School of Digital and Visual Arts to give you their governance, financial, and academic report.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Tommy McNeil, Chair of Community School. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry. I'm from Hope County, by the way, born and raised, so therefore we don't use mics back in the country. Again, I'm Tommy McNeil, Board Chair of Community School of Digital and Visual Arts. Today, we're going to present an overview, as stated from Jenna, on things that we need to discuss. First is the introduction, the progress update, which is going to talk about the governance, the academic performance, financial status, facilities, and relocation. And of course, we have questions at the very end. At this time, I'm going to speak a little bit about our board members. I want to highlight 2 individuals who serve on our board. One, of course, is Michael Palmer and Joe Battle. Both of these board members are former chairs of Community School of Digital and Visual Arts. What's so ironic about these gentlemen is that Michael Palmer is an initial member of the charter of the school. What I'm trying to declare here is that because of their steadiness and their commitment, which allows us to be in full compliance with the state here today. Our executive leadership team, of course, has changed. Ms. Cheryl Isaacs now and Mr. Ben Johnson are leading our organization. Ms. Isaacs, of course, shares as the Chief Academic Officer, and she'll be speaking with you today along with Mr. Johnson, who's going to talk with you about operating the facilities and any additional information regarding relocation, et cetera. Next slide, please. I'd like to conclude my presentation by looking at a couple interesting points. Let's take a quick look at the board's update. We restructured our board, particularly when it comes to managing community school or digital arts. We went away from the single managing director to an executive leadership team. We believe that's going to give us the scope that we need and the breadth and the experience academically, as well as the operational experience that we need to continue to operate the school. We've clearly made it an effort to ensure that minutes were posted timely, as mentioned in the last presenter, as well as all the board members have completed their training, which is well documented as well. So basically, we are in full compliance with the requirements. And before I leave this august body, I want to let you know that this big, beautiful presentation that we're going to provide to you clearly states that all audits are current and filed and no corrective actions are noted. And I'd like to thank you for your time.
Good morning. I am Cheryl Isaac, and I currently serve as principal of CSDVA. Quickly, I want to walk you through where we are academically. If we could go to that slide, the next one. And so in taking on this role, I think the first thing I had to look at was accountability. And how are we first going to hold ourselves accountable? And secondly, how do we hold our staff accountable as we try to build lifelong learners? And so a lot of that means commitment and action, that our commitment first has to be consistent. It has to be intentional. We have to have a daily presence, being fully present in the school. And then again, setting high standards for what our students deserve. Commitment is about, we say we love kids, but are we showing up every day for those kids? Next slide, please. Here's our current reality. If you just look at the numbers, it looks dire. We do know that we're doing something right because we grow, but we also recognize the fact that growth without proficiency is still an issue, specifically in the area of reading. Next slide. So our current breakdown in 24-24, we had a D in math and an F in reading, and that is not okay. If you look at the next slide, it kind of just shows you our achievement versus our growth. And as you can see, math and science continue, well, actually math, science isn't on this slide, but math continues to grow. Our science is strong, but our struggle is reading, specifically reading comprehension. If you look at the next slide, that's our iReady beginning of year data, and it pretty much says the exact same thing, that we have to target our reading instruction. So we know the work is working. We know we need proficiency, specifically in reading. And so what does that tell us? So between our growth and our proficiency, I kind of look at that as our stretch zone. So then it becomes then, how do you do that? And so our leadership team kind of worked out a plan. I did not put all of that into PowerPoint, but I did provide a handout that outlines that. And so really and truly, the first thing we had to look at was our core instruction. We had to make sure we had a program that is scientifically based. So we decided that we would go with iReady for both reading and math. We had to identify our gaps. We had to name our needs. We had to propose solutions. And then we had to protect our foundation. We have to have uninterrupted literacy time and protect that time. Then the other thing we looked at is, well, we have a lot of data. And what is our data saying? And so then it became, we have weekly data meetings. And in those data meetings, we look at the common assessments, what was done well, what was not, and then what are the solutions to that? In addition to the data meetings and the data tracking form, all of which that are included in the packet, the other thing we had to look at is lesson planning. I've been an educator 30 plus years, and I've always planned Monday through Friday, but that isn't working. So we went to what I call a 2-3 day planning model. So they plan Monday and Tuesday. We look at what has happened over Monday and Tuesday, and then we adjust our plans for Wednesday and Thursday. And then we then look at it on Friday, and that determines where we go next. It's been a stretch for teachers because this is not a way that they have been accustomed to planning. Is it working? We can see some areas of growth. Do we have to continue to monitor this? Yes, we do. And so we believe with the intentionality given to planning instruction, the data meetings, the follow-up, the accountability, we should be able to close that gap in terms of our growth versus our proficiency, specifically in the area of reading. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ben Johnson. I am the new Chief Operating Officer and Financial Officer, so I can give you a quick snapshot of our financial status. As our board chair shared already, we have completed the audit and it was turned in on time with no interruptions and no markups there. We transitioned all our financial relationships to the new leadership team that the board has established. Our bookkeeping relationship and our banking relationship and controls and signatures have changed to the leadership team. We've been working very hard with Kathy Davis, who is here today, and Prestige, as I look at them as my financial advisors, that no decision is made without me meeting and having a conversation with them. From the sting of the enrollment and our decline in some of our finances, we did close out the year 2024-2025 with a strong fund balance. Here is noted at $412,000. We did have to revise our budget due to the enrollment, where we are operating now at a 10% cut in areas that we were able to do so. And like I shared with you just a few minutes ago, with close advisement from the financial team in those areas. One thing I do have to add on this, we did launch a recovery program for our enrollment. What that means, we really had to go out and change the PR of the school because of the negative impact that it had from our last renewal process. So we are working on that, where we already started to create a waiting list for the school year, for our next school year. I'm not sure where we are in the slides, but I do have to give an update in all transparency. Everything was submitted on time, and updates concerning the facility, which we are still, yes, I sent in an update stating that the facility, with the new changes in leadership, we've decided for the best interest of our students and families, and this being not a good time to do so, is to remain in our current location. We are negotiating with the buyer that was potentially looking to purchase the building for a lease back to remain in our current location. So that's where we stand right now pertaining to our building. And I will continue, though it wasn't required, I'll continue to give an update on that process as we move forward. Any questions that you have for the board or staff.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation this morning. Can you remind us, what is your actual enrollment this year?
Currently, we're at 145. We closed out the year at 180 last year. Of course, hopefully you can understand from talking to a lot of our parents with the uncertainty of if we're going to be open for this year, we lost a lot of students right in the midst of that transition of the renewal process.
Sure.
So, now promoting the new PR, promoting the new leadership team, we're looking forward to recovering from that.
Thank you for that. And then just one other question related to enrollment. If you stay in the current facility, which I hear now is your plan, what's the maximum capacity at that facility?
325.
Thank you. Other questions from board members?
What were you funded on this year? What was your funding date? Your funding?
Oh, we were funded on 204.
And with funding of 204, you had to cut and you only serving 145 and you had to cut your budget by 10%.
Yes, sir.
How much of your fund budget, you said your fund balance was $412,000 in the last year. How much of that are you going to eat up in this year's budget?
How much will be, or how much has it?
How much do you expect to have at the end of the school year?
We're hoping, and as projected right now, close to anywhere between 50 to 80. 50 to 80, okay.
What was your second month? What was your PRM1 or PMR2 this year? So you're looking at your funding for next year. What's your guaranteed fundings in arrear for next year?
Right at 145, 142. Yeah, it's reported.
All right. What's your plans to address that in your budget then? If you're going to basically let's say on a good day, let's say you keep 80,000 out of your 400. So you got $320,000 you spent. So you got $80,000 left. What are you going to do to meet a budget based on 145?
Well, one of the things that's not off the table in all transparency is selling the building and remaining in the building. So right now the building is still up for sale, and we also have a buyer for the building, and that will bring us income to support in that area. We also are attacking, again, our enrollment, though it may not support our budget for next year. And we also know we have to make more cuts as well. And like I said, we're working close with our accounting office to make all the necessary cuts that we need to. I think we shared it before. The building currently that we own is up for $3.5 million. And that's what the offer price is right now to us.
So how much equity do you have out of that 3.5 million?
If I'm not mistaken, I don't have that in front of me. Let's see.
My notes say you have about $1 million.
Is it $1 million? If I'm not mistaken, I think it's close to 2, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. So I'm sorry to keep driving on this, but
no, it's fine.
What's your current mortgage payment, and then what's your lease payment? How much you actually going to save?
Well, we haven't really. We're still negotiating that, but currently, right now, it's at between $14,000 and $17,000 in our current mortgage payment.
So that's what you're going to save? That's what your current payment is, and what's your lease payment going to be?
That part we're still negotiating, but we're asking anywhere between the 15 and that 20,000.
So selling your building is not going to do anything for you except to give you equity, and you can have give you $1 million. Is that basically what you're getting out of it? And then you lose your equity position.
Sure.
All right. So again, I'm sorry to keep driving on this, but you're looking at your academics. You've been open since 1998, around that time. So looking at that long term, so the big thing that concerns me is that you've been open that long. At the end of the school year, you're projecting to have between $50,000 and $80,000 left in reserves. By this time in your life, you should have millions in the bank, to be honest with you. So if your current building, let's say you sell your building, is your building need renovations, anything? Does it roof, paving? So, I mean, we're in a building that's 10 years old and we're looking at having to spend $325,000 to redo all our parking lots. So, I mean, it's those things. What things need to be fixed to make it good for your kids?
I think most of that was already attacked, where we had to make the repairs to the roof, pavement, and some areas around the building. So currently, right now, that's not a issue right now for us. When I mean by that, when you ask the question of what needs to be fixed.
But did the buyer request any repairs or improvements?
No, ma'am.
None whatsoever?
No, ma'am.
And they had an inspection done?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, are you new with the team?
So I've been at the school for 23 years.
Have you really? Okay. Did you just assume this position?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
We had a managing director that was in place for 20 years.
Okay.
Decision to put a leadership team in place to focus on how we move forward.
Well, it's good that the team has addressed these stipulations. Sounds like you've been working hard to get the school where it needs to be. So we appreciate that. It just seemed to be some negligence, not anything, willful necessarily with the items that have come before us, but that it was more of a negligent, just not attending to some things. So I hope that would improve. And what Mrs. Isaac presented is very, very good data. It's true. You met or exceeded growth 3 out of 3 years, but the proficiency just is still not there. So if the growth continues, we would hope you would attain that proficiency. You're currently not low performing. Is that correct? That's right. Okay. You've been continuing because of prior years, but you're currently not low performing. Okay. Well, I agree with my colleague. And when you came in April, your enrollment was down 21%. But at that time, we were told the enrollment was around 200. So I guess that was in the spring. And now that you've come through a semester of the following year, you're down to about 145. What would be that? What is that total drop from your peak enrollment? If it was 21% drop in April, what's that percent now? Do you know? Are you able to say? Seems like it would be greater than that. Does anyone have any calculations on that?
I think I'm Bonnie Hauser, I'm the board treasurer.
Okay.
Our very peak enrollment was about 220. The renewal process really did hurt us. We are expecting to recover and working pretty hard to recover that enrollment. I think it's important to remember that we are serving an entirely at-risk population, which limits our fundraising. It limits some things that we can do as a school. But the truth is that we have a pretty promising future, especially we're so excited about, as a board member, we are extremely excited about our new leadership. I want to also clarify the financing situation. So we have about $700,000 left on our mortgage for the building, plus we have another $400,000 line of credit. And those two debt instruments cost us about $20,000 a year. Our budget is designed to continue to pay those. If we sell, we are in the process of discussing, we've delayed the sale of our building. We are in negotiations on that. We will be in the building till at least the end of this year, and we're hoping to be in the building at least till the end of next year. With the sale of the building is committed. So we're working that through, but we don't have the details to share with you maybe in our next, or we'll be reporting to you. But I just want to say, I think because of that, our financials are actually solid. We have enough, our fund balance is large enough to get us through the end of the year, as Mr. Johnson was saying. We're not concerned about that. you know, our concern, our number one priority is to restabilize the school since the renewal process was pretty hard on our vulnerable population. So we have an incredible leadership team that is doing that, and that's their number one priority. The number two priority after that will be to find a new location, which we will be which we'll be working on. But those are the things that we are working on as a board. So I just wanted to make some things clear.
Let me have a quick follow-up, then I'll turn it to you. How long have you been working as the treasurer, Ms. Hauser?
Probably about 8 years. 6 or 8 years. I don't exactly track.
thank
Just so you know, I'm a retired partner from PricewaterhouseCoopers. I also serve on a public school board.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your service.
And what is the proposed closing date?
The closing date for, we don't
Sale
have,
of your
we're still working on that. That's why it was supposed to be last month, but the buyer has agreed to delay it. So we are in negotiation on that right now.
The buyer has agreed, or did both of you parties, you too?
We asked for it. We asked for it. We wanted to delay because we felt that a move would be too difficult. So they've given us a delay, and we haven't finalized what that date will be.
I do share the concerns Mr. Gay was expressing that it looks like you've had more like a 30% drop. Okay, thank you. 34%. She actually did the math in your enrollment, which is reflected in the budget. So it requires cuts, and some may need to be pretty deep. I hear your confidence in your financials, and just when we're just looking at the numbers we have, it's concerning. Mm-hmm.
We again have really reworked the budget. If Kathy Davis of Prestige is here, if you want to, but we've reworked the budget, and with our operating budget today, with the renew, because as you know, the lowered enrollment will affect our local funding. So with the reduced enrollment, we expect to finish the year with depending on which number, but somewhere between as Ben was saying, 50 to 80,000. I think we'll end. And our accountants, as you might know them, are extremely conservative. So we're hoping that we'll actually end up better than that. That's without the sale of the building. You know, Ben mentioned $1 million proceeds on the sale of the building. It's actually more than that, but we have factored in costs for relocation, costs for rental, costs for other factors, furniture, other things that will impact our budget. And I agree that our equity position changes, but then the future, we're planning for all that. We're planning for all that. Some of that, we're planning that.
Any other questions for the board?
Just understand that our concern comes from all the people that are, if you listen, everybody that's been delayed basically is because they can't find buildings. So just think about the current cost of real estate, where you're located, and then also to the demand in Durham. There's a lot of charter schools there. So you're up against a lot.
We know. We know, and we really appreciate that, and we appreciate your sensitivity to these issues. That's one of the reasons we asked for the delay.
And I know you're probably aware as well, with the population that you serve, it would seem that you could identify some supportive nonprofits or grant opportunities or other funding that would help support providing education for this population. If you haven't been pursuing that, you might want to aggressively. I believe you're missing some funding by not.
Yeah, and just so you know, we have just added, I don't know if you're familiar with it, we've added Miss Jessica Davis to our board from Pinnacle Partners, and she is Pinnacle is building a new community service facility in the Hayti community in Durham. So she's joining our board, and we're really hoping that she'll be able to help us with that. So we welcome, your comments are great. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate it.
Just make a comment. I know 3 members on this board that are part of the team, and I got unequivocal confidence in their ability to make things happen.
Great. Thank you so much for your coming in this morning. Thank you for addressing some of the concerns that were referenced in your last renewal, and appreciate the work that you're doing. So we'll look forward to receiving another update in the near future. All right, thank you so much. Okay, next, I think Ms. Logue is the school business. We have on the agenda this report from 9:45 to 11. I don't know if it'll take that long or not. If it is, we might, if we may pause at some point and take a break, but we'll go ahead and get started this morning. So good morning.
Definitely. It will depend on how many questions you all have. So we'll just see
That
as we
usually
go.
the answer. Yes. It's really up to us to determine that, right? Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Fratrick. I'm the Director of School Business. I'm here today to talk about the financial status of the renewal schools. Thank you, members, Charter School Review Board, Chair, members of the public. Just before I get started on the individual schools, we did want to talk a little bit about the financial noncompliance policy. It seemed like there were some questions that had come up from the board as you went through the renewal schools about that policy. If we could go to the next slide. So the financial noncompliance, this is a State Board of Education policy that we are implementing. So this is policy charter 006. Just so you know, the Office of School Business did not make up this policy. But the policy lays out 3 stages of financial noncompliance. So it starts at level 1, which is cautionary. Level 2 is probationary, and level 3 is disciplinary. I think there has been some conversation that cautionary financial noncompliance is a bit confusing of a term. We are working on the letters that we send to try to make it more clear that it is actually financial noncompliance, but it is cautionary. But basically what that status means is just that there's something that the charter school needs to be paying attention to or to fix. So it doesn't mean that we are necessarily concerned about their financial standing or status, but more so that they just need to be aware that we are aware that there is something that they need to fix. And that status is in place for 30 days and then can be lifted. So one way that you can be on cautionary noncompliance is if you don't turn in, say, your audit or some other important piece of reporting. And so it lasts for 30 days, but if at that point you've rectified the situation, you've turned in what we're missing, then you would no longer be on financial noncompliance. Probationary and disciplinary, that is more serious, right? So that means that we do actually have some concerns about your finances. Both of those, the policy allows us to put the school for their state funds on monthly payments. So currently the law is that all charter schools receive the entirety of their state funds at the beginning of the year in July. And they can actually draw all those funds at that point in time. The last time I was here, I think we talked a little bit about what does that indicate. It's hard to say, right? Because the charter schools have discretion over whether they use their state funds first, their private, if they have private funds, their local funds, their federal funds. And actually, I think it makes some sense for people to use their state funds first because those revert at the end of the year, whereas other sources of funding may not revert. But if the school is on disciplinary, then we will put them on those monthly installments because at that point, we are so concerned about the financial future of the school that we are trying to make sure that if the school were suddenly to close, they aren't going to owe a lot of money to the state and to the taxpayers of the state. Sorry, I should have said before I get started, I do appreciate questions as I go along, so don't save them all for the end. If you have questions, please do let me know. So those are the 3 levels, and then the policy also does lay out the different ways that you can be placed on financial noncompliance or the different reasons. So as I said before, for cautionary, that is usually going to be a reporting issue, or it could be a reporting issue, or just being non-responsive. We do unfortunately have charter schools that will not respond to our inquiries. I'm sure you all have unfortunately had that situation as a board as well. And then more serious financial insolvency, being having non-sufficient funds as judged by the state treasurer, having a material audit finding, and not attending the required financial training. I also want to say that, obviously you hear about this a lot, but it's a very small percentage of charter schools. It's usually below 10% of our statewide charter schools that are on any of these. And I think right now we have maybe 2 on disciplinary, right? So the majority of the schools who would ever be on financial noncompliance would be on cautionary. But I just wanted to, sometimes people hear about this and they're like, oh no, all of the schools are on this. It's not like that at all. It's a small percentage. So then on the next slide, there is another, in the same policy, there is governance noncompliance. We at the Office of School Business do not do governance noncompliance. That's the Office of Charter Schools. But similarly, there are 3 levels of governance noncompliance, and this would be non-financial situations that generally violate the law. So one that we have seen is if you fail to maintain 50% of your teachers as certified, specifically if you do that several years in a row. And that does come up in the audit statements. And so in a situation like that, we would recommend to the Office of Charter Schools that they look at governance noncompliance for that type of school. Yes, Chair Friend.
You have a question. I guess it's more of a comment. And at first, I want to preface this with, I had the opportunity to speak with Amanda and Strauss prior to the holidays on some of just the clarity in language. And so I appreciate your willingness to relook at whether it's how letters are worded or the terminology. If we go back to I guess it applies to both financial and governance noncompliance. I don't mean to put you on the spot. And if the answer is you don't know, it's okay. But I guess I just wonder if since cautionary is truly cautionary, it's like there's no issues as long as you clear this up in the next 30 days. Could it be like the bullet above the actual non-compliance? Like non-compliance is probationary, disciplinary. Cautionary is just, hey, we're giving you a heads up if this isn't resolved in the next 30 days, you truly are then non-compliant. And I'm just throwing that for consideration. And if the answer is it's not, it's not. But I'll speak from experience. It does matter though, because charter schools often are beholden to bondholders and banks who, when they hear the word non-compliance, their radar goes up quick. And explaining that, wow, it's only cautionary non-compliance, it's no big deal. It may not be to us or in your department, but they're outside sources that the word non-compliance attached to anything before the word in front of it matters. I throw that out for consideration. That's all.
Yeah, and I do think that we recognize that, and certainly we don't want to put anyone in a difficult position with outside stakeholders. I think, first of all, that because this is a policy of the State Board of Education, and it does say in there cautionary noncompliance, right? We don't have the latitude necessarily to change that without action by the state board. I do think that this board could make a recommendation to that board and maybe try to hash that out.
I appreciate that. I realize you're using language that you didn't create.
That's correct. Okay. But the other thing I do want to say is we would never, we do try to reach out multiple times to a charter school before we put them on noncompliance of any type. And we are working, we had a conversation with Ashley just last week. We're working to try to really, I want to say, ham up our database of contacts, because that is an issue that we've had where we can't get in touch with anyone. So trying to make sure if you're listening to this meeting and you're a charter school director or finance officer, we are going to be asking for your phone number, not to give out to anyone else, but just to have at our office so that when we do get into a situation like this, we can make a direct phone call to the person.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. And if any charter schools are listening out there, it's going back to an earlier point you made. I know this is a very small percentage of schools, but there's no excuse for not responding to whether the letter is cautionary, probationary, or just anything else, to be responding to the inquiries that they receive. That's not acceptable.
I appreciate that. That would make our job a little bit easier. So,
can I just follow up?
Yes.
For what our chair said. So, cautionary noncompliance, are they actually non-compliant? Or are they almost non-compliant and this is a warning?
So, so currently it is that they are non-compliant.
They are non-compliant,
Yes.
even in cautionary. Okay,
Yes.
so let's clear that up.
So, for example, if they haven't submitted their audit, right, the deadline right now was October 31st. Everyone who asked for an extension got one until the end of November. We did send out several letters. We haven't put anyone on noncompliance yet. We've reached out to everyone who is still late. Now we're a month overtime, and I think we're getting ready end of this week to put people on cautionary noncompliance, right? So they are in noncompliance, but it is all you have to do is submit your audit, and then hopefully that will be taken care of. All right. Well, if no one has any further questions, moving on then.
Can I ask a question about
yes.
audit? This may not be the time or place, but why is there a difference between the date charter schools audits are due and the traditional schools audits were due? I believe traditionals was December 31st, no extension, and then charter schools was October 31st. And so you got November, that's 2 months more.
Right. So we don't set the date for local schools, for traditional public schools. That's the local government council. If we did set the date for local schools, it would be October 31st. I do know that it has been difficult for auditors, like there's just fewer auditors graduating, fewer auditors going into practice. That does make it difficult. If anything, we are hoping that this gives you all some leverage to get those audits done. We really do believe that if it's 6 months into the next fiscal year before you see your balance sheet, that you may not actually have the information you need, especially if there are financial problems, to be making changes to your financial situation and may end up in a similar or worse picture for the subsequent fiscal year. So as I said, we're trying not to be kind of sticklers, gotcha on that fact, but we are really hoping that schools can get those audits in good time to actually be able to see hopefully they're keeping up with their finances all throughout the year anyway, but we want to make sure that if that audit is revealing anything, that it is received timely and the board can start making decisions.
Thanks for the clarification.
That's if I may, real quick, just I want to speak on behalf of all auditors across the state, but I think what we're also finding this year has been especially challenging because of the large number of schools that are in renewal compared to other years. And the auditors are rightfully prioritizing those schools over schools who aren't in renewal or for renewal. So it's just compounded a problem with the fewer numbers of folks doing this work. And then that, what we don't want to have happen is, audits that aren't being thorough. But we also don't want auditors to feel that they have to rush through to meet a deadline that if they had more time, the audit might be more thorough. So that's sort of a catch-22.
And I should also say most of the information I'm going to give you all today is from the school's audits for last year for 24-25. So that is another factor in the deadline, is getting that information in time for us to be able to review it for this meeting. So for the renewals, this year there are 39 schools that are up for renewal. 34 of those schools are not on financial noncompliance. Some do have observations. There is one school that we have not yet received their audit report. That's Old Stream Academy 78C. And then there are 4 schools that are on financial noncompliance currently. So what do we look at? I want to say first, this is kind of a point in time snapshot. So we do try to go back throughout the renewal term, definitely look at whether they've been on probationary or disciplinary noncompliance. But the numbers I'm giving you today are primarily the year end 24-25 numbers. We also, even 2 weeks ago, we had an additional school that was on financial noncompliance that was removed, right? So it's kind of a moving target, right? Things are changing in real time. But what we are looking at is declining ADM, as the conversation you all just had showed. That could be a very serious consideration for a school if you have a declining ADM, you're going to have a declining budget. And whether the school is realizing that and right-sizing their budget is important. So that relates to the next bullet point of declining revenue. We also look at expenditures being greater than revenues. That's very simple. Are you spending more money than you brought in? Now, sometimes we're going to expect that, right? It would be financially prudent for a school to build up their fund balance and then spend that money on a renovation or a new building or a program expansion, right? And in that year that they kind of spend down some of that fund balance, there would be more expenditures than revenues. So just because the school has higher expenditures than revenues is not necessarily a red flag. But if they're doing that every single year, then eventually they're going to run out of fund balance, and that is going to be a problem. We're also looking at the unassigned fund balance. So this is actually a really important indicator. This is, do you owe more money than you have, right? So it's looking at your liquid assets, and it's looking at how much you owe versus how much you're holding in those liquid assets. So it's not taking into account if you own your building, the worth of that building, but any accounts you have, any of that sort of thing versus how many debts you have. We're also looking at significant shifts in any of these numbers and the trend over time, and then audit findings. Our office, we are trying to identify concerns early. We are trying to help schools take corrective action early. We don't want schools to close. We don't want schools to get into a situation where they're financially insolvent. I will say we have, not including myself, 5 people to do all of this work for 340 schools, including every traditional public school and every charter school. So we wish that we could offer more support to them individually with their finances, but we're doing as much as we can right now with the size of team that we have. So included in the materials today, I have put a summary of the key financial indicators. Sorry, next slide. For each school. We can provide additional information upon request if you have more questions. And then there are 11 schools that I specifically would like to highlight during the presentation. And we can talk about the other schools if you all want, but we also can skip through that part. All right, so we'll start with the 4 schools that are on financial noncompliance. You can see them here. 2 are cautionary and 2 are probationary. I will say 11F, Asheville Peak Academy. I'll talk about it in a second, but we are going to probably remove them from financial noncompliance, likely very soon. So I would maybe take that one off the list. And then the other 3 we do have concerns about. So the first one, Asheville Peak Academy. This is school 11F. They were actually in probably about 4 or 5 years ago in a bad financial place, and it seems like they've gotten into a better financial place now. You can see their ADM. They were a growing school, and now it seems to have stabilized, pretty much around 160 students. On all of these slides, you're going to see for 2026, we put in their best 1 of 2 ADM because we do have that information, but we do not obviously have their unassigned fund balance and their revenue over expenditures because this fiscal year hasn't ended yet. We haven't received those audits yet. So you'll see NA in those last 2 columns. But I did want to make sure everybody saw the ADM so you could get the full picture of those trends. So they did last year have expenditures more than their revenue, but they have a healthy fund balance. The reason they're still on financial noncompliance is their audit did have significant deficiencies for internal controls. They were not following their internal control procedures. They were spending on credit cards and other ways without receiving invoices first. But we have been going through the audit resolution process with them, and we believe that they will be able to provide sufficient signs that they are remedying that problem. All right, moving on to 49D, Success Institute Charter School. This school does have a negative unassigned fund balance, so we are concerned about that. The size of that negative unassigned fund balance is less than last year, but it is 2 years in a row that they have had that negative unassigned fund balance. And generally, we see that they are very tight with their expenditures versus their revenue. The good news for this school is they did increase their ADM over last year, so that should result in more funding next year. And they did receive growth funding this year for that increase. But we are still concerned because of the low cash balance, large accounts payable, and then that negative unassigned fund balance. The next one is 60N. If I had to say one I was most concerned about, it might be this one. So they do have a very large unassigned negative fund balance. It is about 20% of their total revenue at this point. And again, it is a negative unassigned fund balance that has persisted last year and this year and has grown significantly between the two. They do have some capital outlays, but the capital outlays don't fully account for why they're expending more than the revenue. And while 355 is a good number of students, it is not one of the largest charter schools in the state. So for them to have this very large unassigned fund balance is a really big red flag. Any questions on this one? All right. And then the last one we have here, so we usually would not put schools on financial noncompliance just because of a drop in ADM. But this drop in ADM, they are getting very close to that 80 students that is required by law. So this year, their best one of 2 ADM is at 84 students. And so 4 students, coming or going, that's really close. So that's why we have them right now on cautionary financial noncompliance, is just to see where they are with their student population as we near the end of the year. Their financials actually look okay as far as fund balance and revenue over expenditures, but they did have an 18% decrease in ADM. And I will tell you all, I don't know a lot about why some of these things are happening for some of these schools, right? So I don't know if there's a reason that their ADM has been declining so precipitously, but when we look at the numbers, we are concerned about that. All right, now moving on to some other schools that I just wanted to bring up that do not have financial noncompliance at the moment. The first 2 I wanted to bring up were the 2 virtual charter schools. So I believe this is the first time that the board has considered renewal for statewide virtual charter schools. They are actually quite the opposite of a school that we think is in financial trouble. And we were kind of surprised by how large actually the unassigned fund balances are for these 2 schools. I do think it could be related to the fact that the 2023 budget removed the cap on local per pupil transfers. So before that time, it was capped at $790 per student, regardless of what the local per pupil amount was for the county that the student was coming from. And that cap has been lifted, and that is kind of corresponding with when we've seen a big uptick in these 2 schools unassigned fund balance. I guess, these schools don't really have a lot of capital needs, so it's a little unclear to me perhaps what they're going to use this fund balance for, but it'll be interesting to see. So that's these 2, 00A and 00B. You can see 00A now has just shy of $10 million in their fund balance, and now 00B has $16 million in their fund balance. Next, we're back to trouble now. 29A, Davidson Academy. So they do have a positive unassigned fund balance for the moment, but they are consistently spending more than what their revenue is, which probably unsustainable in the long run. They have been making capital outlays, but their expenses do exceed revenue even when taking out the funds for those capital outlays. They did have an audit finding this year, which had to do with exceptional children licensure. That has now been closed, so they are remedying that situation. But it is a little concerning that they continue to spend more than they are bringing in. 41N, which is the Experiential School of Greensboro. This school had a lot of expenditures over revenue this year, but they did record a lease liability, so that probably explains that financial kind of tick. So we're not really that concerned about that, but we are a little bit concerned about their drop in ADM because it was 40% between last year and this year, which is a significant decline in ADM. So financially, as far as fund balance, expenditures, we're not that concerned, but that 40% drop in ADM is a little concerning. 64A, they have a declining fund balance, which is not attributable to capital expenditures and is not sustainable long term. They are consistently spending more than they bring in revenue. That fund balance has been decreasing. And then they had a series of audit findings. They had an exceptional children licensure. They had contracts without the required state language. That is actually pretty important to our office because if they close, we don't want them to say, oh, well, we were in this contract. Now the state has to pay out the term of the contract, even though we are closed and technically the state's not going to give us any more money. They had less than 50% of their teachers licensed, and then they had 2 salary audit exceptions, which are employees that were paid at the incorrect rates. As you all know, the charter schools do not have to follow the state salary schedule, but they do have to follow whatever they say the salaries are that they're paying their employees. So, 65F, American Leadership Academy. Here again, they have a few years of expenses exceeding revenue, and it's not due to the capital outlay. Their ADM is fairly consistent, but it does seem like they're spending down their fund balance. And then the last is Old Mainstream Academy. This is the one where we have not yet received an audit for this year. There are specific circumstances. I think the director's wife has been ill. We are working with them to try to get that audit, but at this point, I do not have information about the most recent fiscal year for them. Before that, it seems like their ADM has been consistently increasing. Their fund balance seems healthy, so we're not necessarily concerned about them, but I can't give you a kind of prognosis about the most recent year yet. That's it for ones that we wanted to bring to your attention. You can flip through the other, let's see, 28 pages at your leisure. But are there any additional questions?
Yeah, I guess I just want to make sure I understand correctly because we're voting this afternoon. There were a couple of these schools that you just flagged that are up for 10-year renewal because they meet the legislative mandate to receive 10-year renewal. So just to be clear, Davidson Charter is not on financial non-compliance.
They're not.
Okay. I just put that because that was one you flagged. And then Old Mainstream, they're not on financial non-compliance, but you also don't have their audit yet. And then I heard you say later this week, you'll be sending out letters to schools whose audit you haven't received, which the letter is your notification, cautionary or not, you're on financial non-compliance. So if we were voting next week,
If you were voting next week,
they
I
would
would
be on, and assuming you have no audit this week, if we were voting next week, they would not meet the legislation that dictates that they get a 10 years. Is that a fair statement?
I think that is a fair statement. As I said, this is all kind of a point in time. Now it is possible. I mean, they said that they've been working on the audit and they haven't given us an exact date, but they expect to get it to us at any moment. So, and I did have my team check this morning to see if we had received it, but we have not yet. So
Is there a track record of them not submitting audits on time?
I do not believe so, no.
Thank you for that clarification.
I have a question about Davidson.
Yes.
You indicated that their expenses were higher than their revenue.
dollars over on their expenditures, which are, utilities, payroll. Most public schools, payroll is the largest expenditure. It can be up to 90%, depending on what your lease or capital situation is. So.
So if Davidson, the finding for the audit was closed, for Rocky Mountain Prep, those are all listed, but none of them are listed as closed. Does that mean they're all still active?
They are still active, right? So what we do is once we receive and review the audit, we send an audit resolution letter, which asks them to respond to the audit findings and then to show proof that they're fixing them, basically. So for something like contracts without required language, they would identify the specific contracts that did not have the required language, and then they would show us new copies of those contracts that hopefully did have that language. It is for fewer than 50% of teachers licensed. Usually what we see is that last year they had a teacher that was either working on licensure or maybe was licensed in another state and the paperwork didn't come through in time or something. So if they can show us that currently at least 50% of the teachers are licensed, then that audit finding would be closed. But yes, as of right now, I do not believe that any of these 4 audit findings have been closed.
Thanks.
Who determines what the external auditor must look for? Because I think there are examples where some get flagged with a finding, and it may be the same thing happening in another school and they don't get flagged for a fight. So the inconsistency, and I know that probably drives your office crazy, but how do we, who's determining that? And are we really focused on financial findings versus maybe more operational things where you shouldn't do that?
Right. So there's 3 different people who determine that. So one is, I'm trying to make sure I get the right state office here. But it is a state office that says in order to use state funds, there are certain things that you have to do. So for example, having the required contract license, that's actually a state requirement for everyone who receives state funds, right? Obviously to protect the state treasury from contract obligations that people are making on the state's behalf. And so they have a whole state single audit compliance list of things that people have to do. If the charter school receives federal funds, then there are also there are federal audit requirements so for example, the exceptional children licensure actually has a federal component to it, because if you are receiving federal funds for that, you have to have licensed teachers who are providing IEP services. And then our office actually writes a compliance supplement that has additional rules that we are looking for that are tied to legislation for state education money specifically, right? So those would be additional requirements that would not be listed in the Department of Administration's audit supplement because they don't have the similar law for those particular funds. I will say sometimes the legislature makes it so that we have to audit something, even though we may not think it's the most important thing in our judgment, and it might not have anything to do with finances. So for example, in the compliance supplement, the auditors do have to check to make sure that everyone has their concussion forms properly filed. I did not put any findings related to that on here because I can't imagine that would sway your decision making about the financial health of these schools. But it is sometimes a situation where we haven't yet figured out another way to check to make sure that a entity is complying with that particular law. And so it ends up here.
Appreciate, your response to that. Yeah. No questions. I'm speaking for the same question that. Yeah, none of that schedule, now. It's going to take a break. It's reconvene at 10:55. Sorry. Okay, welcome back. We're going to try to slightly adjust the agenda here. We do have lunch coming in at 11 o'clock, so we have about 20 some minutes. And I know we have a lot of renewals to go through to vote on. And I think there's going to be some discussion on some individual schools as well as to whether or not we want to move up or down sort of the recommended placement based upon the guidelines. So I think what we're going to try to do here prior to lunch is let's first start with the 10-year renewals that fall within the state legislation that says they get 10 years based upon performance, financials, and otherwise. And I think that list is has been provided to us in our board materials. And so why don't we start there? I know there's probably, and I'll speak for myself, I know as we move on this afternoon, there are some other schools that I'm going to suggest we also provide a 10-year renewal term to, but they're not in this list at this time. So if it's okay, why don't we focus on those particular schools that meet the legislation for a 10-year renewal? Those schools are, just to read them out for the record, are Clover Garden, New Dimensions School, Davidson Charter Academy, Wake Preparatory Academy, Fernleaf Community Charter School, Bradford Preparatory School, Pioneer Springs Community School, Unity Classical Charter School, Telra Institute, Moore Montessori Community School, Hip Pride College Preparatory, Roxborough Community School, Old Mainstream Academy, Faith Academy Charter School, and Carolina Charter Academy. Again, those are the schools that meet the legislative rules for a 10-year renewal. I'm going to pause just as a reminder that we do this properly. Was there anyone recusing from any of those schools? Because we'll have to do separate votes on that. So we need to pull out Bradford. Okay.
From Unity Classical.
Okay. So we'll make sure we do our votes appropriately with those schools. Are there any questions that anyone has, or maybe any clarification we want from the Office of Charter Schools about why these schools meet that legislation?
Just confirming that in a couple of instances, one was Pioneer Springs, there may have been some corrective action taken, and I assume they're on the list, so things were resolved and any action is closed. Specifically, Pioneer Springs, there was a January deadline on Bradford for noncompliance on training. And then we've discussed a little bit about Old Mainstream today.
Jenna, can you speak?
This is Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. I did receive confirmation on Friday afternoon about Bradford Preparatory School. They had their items closed. So that is not in. I have a slide on compliance, 2 slides on compliance updates. And then for Pioneer Springs, I don't have any updates for you as far as whether or not their status is still the same as far as I know. I can say, though, that I asked that representatives from the Office of Exceptional Children be in attendance due to some questions that you all had about another school. So they are planning to be at this meeting at noon. If you wanted to hold and ask your questions about Pioneer Springs, they could likely provide an update when they are here at noon.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jenna. But just so I'm clear, as we sit here right now, there's nothing about Pioneer Springs that would question whether or not they're eligible for the state, the state rules for tenure.
Yeah, I think it's the guidelines say, substantial compliance. And so you all need to decide whether this is substantially out of compliance or not.
Other questions about any of these 10-year renewal schools?
Is there concern over Old Main for not having their audit turned in?
Yeah.
In the past, you all have chosen to wait to vote on schools that have not had their audit turned in so that school business could give you an update, has typically been the practice.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with doing that. I think that was sort of the question asked earlier, that we heard that non-compliance letters for schools who haven't submitted their audit would be scheduled to go out at the end of this week. Hence the question, if we were here voting next week, they may not meet this 10-year requirement. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we hold off on voting on Mainstream's renewal until the February meeting.
I would second that.
So we have a motion and a second to hold off on voting on Old Mainstream until February. Any questions or comments? All right, hearing none, let's just, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, so we're going to remove Old Mainstream from voting on today, and we'll move that to February.
And the only other one they brought up, Amanda brought up, Amber, Davison Charter Academy, the expenses above revenues, there was no really thing, there was a concern out there. I want to make sure that's still on our table. I don't know if there's anything to do about it or just.
Yeah, I think that's worth noting and keeping an eye on, but at the end of the day, the school business was not putting them on non-compliance or anything.
I have a different sort of question about a potential, I don't know, kind of loophole in the data. And this doesn't suggest that I wouldn't support this school in their current placement, but to use it as an example, when Wake Prep came, I asked them where their students are coming from. They couldn't answer it straight out. Obviously, the name Wake Prep, but they reside literally less than a half a mile into Franklin County. Their charter application says that they were assuming they were going to draw 80% from Wake County. And so the reason I'm using this as an example is we have a school that obviously by name is Wake Prep. Is the name of a county. They planned on drawing from a specific county, has not met growth in the last 3 years, and then are being compared to, yes, the county they reside in. I guess for charter schools, I'm wondering, do we as a board have any ability to look at all schools based on their enrollment rather than specific location? Is that something we're allowed to do in this process in order to make these decisions? Because that potentially could affect them. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. But with no years of growth and they're kind of hanging on the comparability to the LEA, it kind of begs that question. I don't know if it's legal or charter officer.
When it comes to the 10-year mandate from the legislature, the comparison is the LEA in which it is located. Outside of that, you would have pretty broad discretion to look at however you want to look. But as far as the 10-year renewal goes, if they meet the statutory requirement, then the board's required by law to grant a 10-year renewal.
Other comments or questions?
I know I said it once before, but I want to say it again that it is odd to me that a school can get a legislative 10-year renewal and be low performing. That does not seem to fit within the normal way that we hold charter schools accountable and do the business of ensuring high quality charter schools.
Yeah, I think I think on my time on this board, it seems like we face that almost every year, right? There's a school that meets the state law, but if for whatever reason they didn't meet the state law, we'd probably be looking at a very different renewal term, potentially, yeah.
I think some of that may be tempered a little by the 10-year performance or whatever the prior renewal was. If they have a prior 5-year, not just this current year of academic performance, but maybe if you look at the entire period of the charter, that the performance, you'll have fluctuating years in enrollment and in performance, but perhaps you're looking at the whole picture and say what the renewal is.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the following schools for 10-year renewal. These are schools that meet the state law for 10-year renewal, and these are schools that I'm going to put these all together in a single vote. That hopefully I've taken out all the schools that are recusal. So if you hear a school you're recusing from, flag me immediately. But the schools on this particular vote for 10-year, I move to grant these schools a 10-year renewal would be the following: Clover Garden, New Dimensions School, Davidson Charter Academy, Fernleaf Community Charter School, Pioneer Springs Community School, Telra Institute, Moore Montessori Community School, Kip Pride College Preparatory, Roxborough Community School, Carolina Charter Academy, Faith Academy Charter School. May I get a second? So we have a second. Any discussion?
I think I noted this last time, that what outstanding performance by these schools. It's just really refreshing. It's rewarding to look at how well they're doing and the growth, the proficiency. We just congratulate these schools.
Sure. Okay, Ashley, do we want to do a roll call vote? So the motion and the second was for the aforementioned schools to receive a 10-year renewal.
Great. Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay.
It passes unanimously. Those schools listening, congratulations. I'd next like to make a motion that we approve Bradford Preparatory School for a 10-year renewal, recognizing that Mr. Gay is going to be recused from this one. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Well, hold on these.
Okay. This one is for Bradford Prep. I have Stephen Gay recused, Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
Thank you. Congratulations, Bradford Prep. Next, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that we grant Unity Classical Charter School a 10-year renewal.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? Okay, Ashley, roll call vote.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Eric Buchan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Unity Classical. Last, I'd like to make a motion that Wake Preparatory Academy be granted a 10-year renewal.
Right, this is Wake Prep. Hilda Parlay is recused. Stephen Gay.
You need a second?
The second.
Second. Gerald McNair.
Okay. Any discussion? And we have a motion, a second for Wake Preparatory Academy to receive a 10-year renewal. Roll call vote, please.
Hilda Parlay recused. Stephen Gay.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
Eric Buchan.
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous.
Okay, thank you so much. And as just a reminder for Old Mainstream, we will revisit this school in February for their renewal vote. So that concludes the schools that were being recommended for 10-year renewal. Why don't we go ahead and break for lunch a little bit early? We'll plan to come back if we can. Let's see, 12 o'clock. Maybe let's plan to come back at around 11:40. If that works for everybody. And then we'll tackle the other ones that are before us today. So we're going to adjourn till 11:40. Good afternoon. We're going to reconvene the Charter School Review Board meetings, the January 2026 meeting. We have some additional renewal discussions and votes this afternoon, as well as an RTO update. As we move on with the vote on renewals, I think the way that we're going to try to tackle this is we're going to first look at the 7 years, then 5, 3, and then the remote charter schools. For each of those schools that are being recommended or fit within the guidelines for each of those terms, we'll give opportunity for board members who maybe want to pull out and have additional discussion regarding any of the schools that they feel may warrant a different term that's being recommended, higher or lower. So why don't we start with the 7? And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jenna Cook, who can kind of provide us an update and set the stage for our votes here this afternoon. Good afternoon, Jenna.
Good afternoon, Chair Friend. Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. And we're going to start with the 7-year placements. So these schools are Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy, Concord Lake STEAM Academy, the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders, Gate City Charter Academy, Success Institute Charter School, and Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington. As far as updates go, I have some updates regarding compliance for some of the schools. One being for Concord Lake STEAM Academy. Since the time that we presented them to you, they did have audit findings in their FY25 audit report. The audit findings were related to exceptional children's teacher licensure. The school has responded and sent corrective action to the to school business, but I'm not aware of any closing items for that at this time. And additionally, Success Institute Charter School, when we originally presented them to you, they were on financial noncompliance cautionary status based on their FY24 audit. And we have since been notified that they have, after a review of the FY25 audit, that the school's financial noncompliance cautionary status will remain. And you were also given that update from the Office of School Business today. And then lastly, for the Institute of the Development of Young Leaders, when they were presented to you, they were on financial noncompliance cautionary status for failure to submit a report. And since that time, they have corrected the deficiency and they have been removed from financial noncompliance status completely. So those are all of the compliance updates for schools. And I will turn it over to you all to discuss voting.
I'm not hearing anything. This is Lindlin Cacadelis. Are you guys discussing something? Can you guys on the live streaming hear me, Shelley, Jenna? Can you hear us now?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yay.
All right. Patience paid off. Okay. To recap where we were at, Jenna just provided us the names of the schools that fit the potential 7-year placement. We have 2 recusals. We have a recusal on both the Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington, as well as the Institute for Development of Young Leaders, excuse me. And so I would like to open up to board members is for these schools, are there any that that maybe we want to single out, have a separate discussion about related to maybe a different placement? I'll start if that's okay, because the 2 schools that were up that are for recusals are actually ones I would like to have further discussion about, IDYL and Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington. Are there any others on the list that board members would like to look at maybe separately?
I'd like
Yes,
to look
Bruce.
at Paul R. Brown.
Okay. Bruce, that's the one I wanted to look at, Paul R. Brown.
Okay,
Oh.
Paul R. Brown as well. So we'll pull that one aside as well. That leaves Concord Lake, STEAM, Gate City, and Success Institute Charter School.
While we're looking, let's look at Concord Lake as well.
Okay. Well, why don't we just look at them all individually?
So I think I would open up a discussion also about the possibility, given the update that Ms. Cook has just given, like, should Success be moved to a lower number instead of here?
Okay. So that covers all of them. So let's let's take the time, and I don't want anyone to feel rushed and not be able to ask the questions that they have. If I may, let's start with the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders, with the recusal from Mr. Sanchez on this one. As I listened to their presentation, looked at their data, I will share that I actually would support giving the school a 10-year renewal. They've exceeded growth each of the last 3 years for the data that we're looking at. If you look at the comparability, the truth be told, the only reason they're not in the legislatively criteria for a 10-year is 3 years ago, they were 6 points from their LEA, and the criteria we've been using is 5. So 1 single point 3 years ago is what's keeping this from being in the group of schools that we voted on prior to lunch. And we've also learned that there's no longer any concerns about compliance. That would be that's why I feel we should move this one to 10 years.
I would move that we move that to 10 years.
Would you like to make a motion official?
Yes, I move that we offer the Institute for the Development of Young Leaders a 10-year renewal.
Second. Any discussion?
I would just add that their subgroup data supports that as well.
Okay, the motion is to move IDYL to a 10-year renewal. We have a motion and a second. Any last chance for discussion? All right, hearing none. Ashley, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
This is for IDYL, a 10-year renewal term with Eric Sanchez recused. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Cakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
and Gerald McNair.
Aye.
All right, 10 years, unanimous vote.
Okay, the next one, Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington. I thought that board did an exceptional job in the leadership, presenting information about their school. Obviously serves a very specific population, and again, a school that has exceeded or met growth each of the prior 3 years that we're looking at. I think they also have, just as Rita pointed out with the last school, they have very strong subgroup comparability to other schools in their area. My inclination and desire would be to also consider GLOW for a 10-year renewal, but open it up for discussion with others.
This is Lindlin, and I totally agree with that, Bruce. I don't want to stop the discussion, but I'll go ahead and second that.
Just so that it's clear for the record, I'm going to move that we move Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington and grant them a 10-year renewal. Linda Lynn, do you want to second that officially?
Yes, I'll officially second that. I thought that wasn't a motion. Okay.
That was my error. So we have a motion and a second discussion. All right, hearing none, the motion and the second is to grant GLOW a 10-year renewal. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
I have Todd Godby and Eric Sanchez recused. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Cakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Jared McNair.
Aye.
All right, unanimous 10-year.
Congratulations both to GLOW and to IDYL for great work. So what next? Why don't we discuss Paul R. Brown? And with that, maybe I'll turn it over to Todd, since you specifically called out this school.
Yeah. I do publicly want to thank Ashley for the call out of GLOW at the state board meeting, but I also think that it could have very well have been Paul R. Brown that she highlighted as well. The success of what Dr. Ray has done. When you look at where this school was when Ms. Cook and I visited a few years ago, and the turnaround story that this is, and in the leadership, they have made wonderful strides, and certainly have taken this school from the school last in place in the county that they're in to second of all schools in the county. I would move that we offer Paul R. Brown a 10-year renewal.
I'll second that motion. Rita Hare.
Motion and a second to move Paul R. Brown to a 10-year renewal. Any discussion?
This is Lindlin. I just want to say that I too am just so pleased, and I just need to mention their board chair, Minnie Price. I was on the advisory board when she came, and they came many years back, and we almost closed the school. And what a remarkable difference with the board and the whole leadership of the school. And I just am pleased I'll be able to support this.
And again, just to add the subgroup data, it's just really outstanding. Very strong performance. Well earned.
Yeah, I echo those sentiments. haven't been on this board for a while. This was a school that was on life support a few years ago, and then miraculous turnaround. And I'll tell you something else I kind of appreciated is, sometimes when we sit in this side of the podium, we schools, I think it's natural, right? You want the longest renewal term you can possibly get. And sometimes I know we have schools sort of lobby for terms that just aren't on the table. And, Dr. Ray stood behind the podium and, when asked the question, did you think 7 was appropriate? He even acknowledged that it was. I think that's humble leadership. He's done an incredible job with this school. So I'm going to fully support this motion. Any other discussion?
This is Shelley Shape. I also just wanted to comment in that this school really took ownership in the same stance that you were just speaking about, rather than pointing out excuses. They really just grabbed on and took ownership of where they were, and now we see where they are. So just congratulations to them. Very proud.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second for Paula Brown to receive a 10-year renewal. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Cacatellis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
Folks from Paula Brown, if you're listening, congratulations and thanks for the hard work. Next up, Concord STEAM Academy.
Review that. Concord STEAM had previously received 2 5-year charters. They've performed well. They've met or exceeded growth 3 out of the last 3 years. Their enrollment has gone from 585 to 869. And they've been comparable to the LEA 2 out of 3 years, and similar to a school earlier. The 3 years ago, they were very close, about 2.5 points away of being comparable. So I'd like to recommend that they as well could have the opportunity for a 10-year.
And I'll second the motion.
Motion is to give Concord Lake STEAM Academy a 10-year renewal. Any discussion?
It seems they cleared up their audit findings, so I can support that.
Did we ever receive, I think there was a question about their comparability data being compared to, I may have this reversed, is being compared to Kannapolis instead of Cabarrus, or it should have been compared to Kannapolis instead of Cabarrus. Was that?
We clarified that with the school. The office had the correct comparability.
Which again, the subgroup data is strong, and yeah. Any discussion? Okay, Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Bruce.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Cacatellis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
All right, 10-year for Concord Lake STEAM.
Okay, next up, being recommended for a 7-year renewal is Gate City Charter Academy. Does anyone have a question or want to make a motion on this recommendation?
In some ways, they're not that far off, but they are slightly off from the several previously. They've also had 2 5-year charters that they've worked through. So they have been in existence for 10 years. Yep, 2016, 10 years. They've met growth 2 out of the last 3, and they've been comparable to the LEA 2 as well, with the 3 years ago just being a few points away. Their subgroup data performs well. They're not low performing, but they probably were 3 years ago. Is that CLP? When they were CLP, it doesn't indicate if they were low performing or not in 2022, 23. A C the last 2 years. I'm interested in a conversation. I don't know that I would recommend 10 like the 3 or 4 we've previously reviewed, but they're close. They're getting to, the edge of that. I hate not to at least point that out.
Thank you. Any other comments, or would anyone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Gate City Charter Academy for a 7-year renewal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, motion for a 7-year renewal. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakanellis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, it passes.
Okay, next up is Success Institute Charter School. They too being recommended as a 7 based upon the guidelines that we use. There was a question about some information presented today as to whether or not there should be any change to that. Would anyone like to speak up or speak about Success Institute Charter School?
Yeah, I was the one that said, let's look at them. So I'll start. One of my notes here when we were when the school was presenting is that this is a tough one. They've been trending down in student count. They've been trending down in comparability to the LEA, but they've come out of being low performing and they've met and exceeded. They're growing kids. This one, for me, has been a bit of a conundrum of where they are, and then seeing now that they have been put on financial non-compliance cautionary status, or that they're not being removed, that's going to remain. For me, has kind of tipped me to seeing them as a 5 instead of a 7.
They also had the issue with the building, sharing the building, and there were rumors that the building was going to sell. They thought that might be challenging their enrollment, which is now, I understand, is at about 105.
When they presented, it was 105 on my notes here.
For just what we learned today, remind me, what was the cautionary non-compliance associated with?
ADM, I believe.
Fund balance issues.
Oh, fund balance.
Yeah, the notes here were negative unassigned fund balance, expenditures exceeding revenue, and funded ADM decrease by 10%. And then Ms. Cook's update today was that after receiving the FY25 audit, the school would remain in non-compliance, would not be lifted.
And I'll add to the data piece, you were saying that they're trending down compared to the LEA, but they're also trending down compared to themselves. Yeah, their own data.
Any other thoughts or questions, folks?
The school sits in they also, their student population is a high needs population in Statesville. They did move from their long-term facility into the Big Brothers Big Sisters building. And when I asked that question at the last meeting, they said they have a long-term understanding with them. So they have I think that gives them stability. They're still in the same neighborhood where they were before. So and they've been there for a long time. It's like you're looking at, they're treading water, but they've always treaded water, to be honest with you.
Yeah, 2000, so they've been around 25 years.
Yeah, and they have a really good relationship. Being in Iredell County, I live in Statesville. They have a really good relationship with Iredell Statesville schools, and they have lots of support from the community. So I can support the 7 years, but I do understand the concerns.
Yeah, I tend to echo that, Mr. Gay. I certainly understand the concerns being raised for sure. I think that the situation with the declining enrollment, if that were to continue, they're going to, whether we give them 5 or 7, they're going to be back in front of us explaining themselves anyhow. And so I guess I'm not as inclined to reduce the term as recommended by the office and our guidelines, but I fully appreciate the concerns being brought forward. And I would think this would probably, if given a 7 or if given a 5, either way, this is a school that's going to be on our radar that we want to kind of keep watch of and see how they're progressing in the coming years.
One other redeeming fact, I think you mentioned it, they've exceeded growth 2 out of the 3 years and they met growth. So they're growing kids.
Lynn, were you going to say something?
Yes, I was just going to reiterate what Mr. Gay said as far as the school's been around a long time, and they do meet a real need in the community they're in. I agree with you, Bruce, that if there are some issues with ADM and anything else coming from school business, it'll be brought to our attention quickly. And so with that, I would like to go ahead and make a motion, knowing that we'll be watching them, to go ahead and give them a 7-year renewal.
So we have a motion and a second for 7-year renewal term for Success Institute Charter School. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approve.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Cacatellis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous 7-year.
Okay, congratulations to those schools. We're going to move on to the next category, which was the schools that, based upon just where they fit into the guidelines and with feedback from the Office of Charter Schools, are being proposed for a potential 5-year. Jenna, I'm going to hand it back over to you to provide some additional information on these schools.
Sure. So for the 5-year placements, you have Cross Creek Charter School, Commonwealth High School, Stewart Creek High School, American Leadership Academy Coastal, Union Day School, and Raleigh Oak Charter School. I will call out only one compliance update, which is for Stewart Creek High School. When they were presented to you, I presented the IDEA fiscal and programming integrated monitoring review areas of noncompliance. Those have since been corrected, and so that item is now cleared for them. Those are the only compliance updates that I have. Also wanting to call out that Commonwealth High School and Stewart Creek High School are also on the alternative model. So that's for your consideration as well. We've ranked them according to the guidelines, but the guidelines aren't incredibly specific for alternative schools. So just wanted to highlight that those schools are in this placement.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. So maybe similar to what we did on the 7 years. First, let me start by asking you, of the list of schools here for potential 5-year, are there any recusals for any of these schools?
American Leadership Academy Coastal.
Okay.
Eric Sanchez, Rocky Mount Prep, and Monroe Charter Academy.
Well, Monroe's not on the.
Oh,
That's right. Yeah.
I'm in 3-year. So
Yeah. Sorry.
none in 5-year. None in 5.
And Hilda, I'm sorry. You said ALO Coastal. Okay. I think this is very similar to the last. I mean, I'm okay if we just want to roll through each of them individually. It's not a long list. I'd like to call out the 2 schools that are all alternative schools, as Ms. Cook indicated, Commonwealth and Stewart Creek. I think that we're using, our guidelines really aren't set up for comparison when it comes to the alternative schools. These are schools that are serving a very different population than the others that are in this category of potential 5 years, both being very specific in their mission of being dropout recovery schools or prevention schools. And when you compare them to the other schools that do that type of work, they compare very favorably. As a matter of fact, I think they're even listed as highly effective in the work that they do. So I am sort of lumping these two together, and I'm happy to separate out if we want. But I actually think these are schools that are, to me, that deserve 10 years, given the work that they're doing, the challenging population that they're serving, that other schools in their LEA and region are not serving, and certainly not serving as well, and often referring their kids to these particular schools. They've graduated over 1,100 students with high school diplomas that I think it's fair to say a large portion of that number would not be high school graduates if these schools didn't exist. Dealing with a student population where 50% of their students are parents themselves or on the way to becoming parents themselves. Students that have to hold a job to sustain themselves, cannot rely on others to do that for them. So those are just some of the reasons that I think we ought to really consider
Bruce,
schools for tenure.
this is Shelley Shope. I would go ahead and move to renew them for 10 years, just based on all that you said, as well as the alternative status. I think puts them in a different category.
This is Lindland, and I would second that.
Okay. Well, thank you both. The motion and a second to approve Commonwealth High School and Stewart Creek High School to grant them a 10-year renewal. Discussion.
Yes, I appreciate all the facts that you shared about the work. They're actually in the business of rescuing students, and some go back to their school once they've had some semesters there, and then others graduate. They're doing a great work. They've had 5- and 7-year charters, both of them, over the past 12 years, and they both are rated highly effective. They both chose option C in the alternative models, and we don't have this come up a lot, so we haven't talked about option C, but option C measures student persistence, school achievement, and school growth. And from that, there should be derived a score. I'm assuming that's where the highly effective comes from in the C. And I would just agree with you. They also have rolling admissions, and you might have mentioned that if students can come in all during the year or leave during the year as needed, it puts them in a different grouping from almost all the other schools we review.
I agree with my colleagues. I think a big part of the charter movement ought to be addressing populations that maybe the traditional public schools can't serve. And this is a shining example of that. And I think we ought to support it.
I agree with that, Eric.
Yeah, I'm just going to agree with all of that. I think sometimes we struggle with when we have that difficult decision of where will families go if the charter school doesn't exist, and whether it's the traditional public options or other options. For these students, there is no other option. They're not going to graduate high school. And
I visited that school and I was impressed at the time. Sure was.
This is Linda Lynn, and I don't want to belabor the point. I second it. I have visited the schools, and they meet a need, and they work very well with the district, helping students that would drop out see this option. And I'm very pleased we're going to be able to hopefully, as we vote, possibly give them a 10-year. I just support that totally.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and again, the vote is to provide Stewart Creek High School and Commonwealth High School a 10-year renewal. Ashley, can we do roll call vote, please?
Sir. All right. Stephen Gay.
Aye.
Lindland Kakadelis.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
and Gerald McNair.
Aye.
All right, unanimous 10 years.
Okay, congratulations to the leadership and board of those schools. Okay, why don't we just go down the list here? The next one would be Cross Creek Charter School, which is being recommended for 5 years. Open up for any comments or questions people may have. Or a motion if someone has a motion.
I would make a motion that we renew the school for 5 years.
Early seconds.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Cross Creek Charter School.
Cross Creek. So they met or exceeded growth the last 3 out of 3 years. They measured comparability, some sort of on the edge, right? Barely. 3 out of 3 years. Am I reading that correctly? Okay. And I guess they were low performing this past year. Is that the reason they would be a 5? Because they've received a 5 the first year, but they've had 2 10-year renewals. And now with these 3 years of meeting and exceeding growth,
That's correct, Dr. Hare. They're because they're low performing is why they're on the 5-year placement and not a 7.
So the overall comparability is much like this one of the school IDYL. It's, it's within a hair's breadth of being comparable, not to get hung up on that 5% figure. Subgroup data isn't quite as good as
right. It's
some of the other schools that we looked
yet
at.
they're still seeing the growth. They're seeing growth. Just want to know that we apply these things consistently, so trying to look at all the perspectives of their data to make sure we're consistent.
I have for my notes as well that 5 years is actually what they were requesting as well. Yeah. So we have a motion to grant Cross Creek Charter School a 5-year renewal. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Yeah, we already had a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Hilda seconded.
I apologize, my mistake. Okay, any discussion?
Rita, can you support a 7-year?
Just going back through my notes to see. I mean, I know it's the low performance this past year, as well as their own proficiency. After a great year, the prior year, it declined a little bit this year. I see the reasoning, and yet their growth is there consistently. And they had a 10-year prior. Their enrollment is just up slightly, but it's not declining. Cross Creek. Look, I actually have that they were at 407, which is which is what they told us when they presented in November. They were at 407. That would be the support for the 7-year. I don't, there's already a motion on the table, and I would have been comfortable with a 7-year. So we're in discussion. I'll just say that.
I would like to make this is Lindlin, a friendly, I don't know the procedures to go forward, but a friendly amendment to make it a 7-year.
Mr. Walker, how would we do that, or do we need to vote on the motion that's on the table?
She can move to amend the motion, then you would need a second to the amendment, then you would vote on the amendment, and then you would vote on the original question as amended, if the amendment passes. I can walk you through it as we go through it.
Okay, I would like to amend to do what Stephen Walker just said.
You have to agree to the motion.
So there's a motion on the table to amend the original motion to suggest that we should give the school a 7-year. There would need to be a second.
No, 5 was the first motion.
Yeah, but to give them a 7.
The
Yeah,
amendment would be a 7.
yeah.
Wait, but the amendment is.
Stephen,
Second, this is Gerald.
Does Todd have to agree to allow his amendment to be amended?
He doesn't have to.
Okay.
No. Sometimes they're friendly, sometimes they're not.
okay, so we have a motion and it's been seconded to amend the original motion. And that would be to change the term of renewal from 5 to 7. Is there any discussion on that motion that changes the amendment to change?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can we provide a little bit of a rationale for why we're moving from 5 to 7? Because I'm not hearing it from my colleagues, anybody who wants to.
Would you like me to speak to that again? The schools previously had 2 10-year renewals and they exceeded growth 2 of the last 3 years and they met growth on the 3rd. They haven't been low performing until this past year. They did hit a low performing status. But 3 out of 3 years, they've been within 5 points of the LEA by a few tenths on a couple of those years. But still, the comparability data is as it should be or extremely close by a few tenths. The subgroup data is not as strong, and their enrollment is up, has been trending up. So it just seemed in keeping with some of the other adjustments as we look at overall performance that this would merit another look besides the 5 years. I'm open to other opinions. If you have reservations, I think they should be voiced because the subgroup data is not as strong as some of the other schools, and that's a piece of the criteria.
Thank you, Dr. Herr.
Any other questions or discussions?
Yeah, I kind of, I'm not going to say Eric had concerns, but the question, it did beg the question of why it seems to be really close to the line. We have 3 years with a D, 3 of the last 4 years with a D rating. Rita mentioned some of the subgroup data. I see the academic growth data, which looks favorable, but it is considered low performing. It feels like the 5 is the number that would be correct for them. I'm having trouble kind of getting to that next 7.
This is Linda, and I just wanted to be consistent. We have given some schools a little bit more grace when they're so close to the comparison number, and with the growth that they have seen with exceeding the growth in 2 years before, 22, 23, 23, and 24. I wanted to go ahead and give them the benefit of the doubt and share with them that we believe that they can exceed growth again.
Yeah, when there's a vote on my motion to amend my motion or whatever it is we're doing, I'm going to vote no, I think. And I don't disagree, but I think that for me, this lives in kind of what appears to be a bit of a trend that is trending downward, and this school is currently low performing, and is a D school. And I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that this isn't a good school, but I think they find themselves at a place right now that they've got work to do. And when they presented in front of us, they knew it. And so I will be staying at 5 in my vote, however that happens.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to amend the original motion. So just for clarity, on this vote, if you are voting yes or yay, aye, you are voting to potentially move from 5 to 7. That's not this vote, but you're granting that as an opportunity to move this school from 5 to 7. A no vote will mean that this motion does not pass. And then we will go back to the original motion that Mr. Godby prepared or stated for a 5-year.
That's
Is that
correct.
Clear?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Very well stated.
2 cups
Good.
of coffee.
Okay.
All right, roll call vote.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Nay.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Nay.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Kakadillis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Nay.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay. That is tied. It's,
It's tied, then the motion fails.
yes.
Right.
So then what's back on the floor is the original motion for a 5-year renewal.
Motion and a second for 5-year for Cross Creek Charter. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
All right. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approve.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Kakadillis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, the 5-year passes unanimously.
Okay, congratulations to that school. Next up, I'm just going down the list here. We did Commonwealth, we did Stewart Creek. American Leadership Academy Coastal is being proposed as a 5-year renewal based upon the guidelines. Would anyone like to make any comments or a motion?
Just a comment, the trend lines are going up with this school. They've met growth last year. They're not low performing or continual low performing. I was wondering if, is everyone's thoughts about maybe moving it to a 7-year renewal?
Based on the guidelines, Ms. Cook, what was keeping this school from being, was it because they were continually low performing 1 out of the last 3 years? Is that?
No, so ALA Coastal fits because they have 1 year of comparability and only met or exceeded growth 1 year. So they're not low performing, but based on their comparability and their growth, they fit the 5-year.
And can you remind me there was some kind of, I might be wrong. Was there some kind of financial issue that was brought up in the presentation?
The Office of School Business did bring up some concerns. They're not on financial noncompliance, but they were one of the schools with noted concerns. Those concerns being their expenses exceeding revenues year over year.
It's not on any non-compliance status, correct?
Correct.
Now, this is a different performance with only 1 year of having met growth and 1 year of having comparable data, low subgroup data.
I would make a motion that we renew this school for 5 years. I guess I move that.
Second.
Sorry, Ms. Parlay.
I'm sorry, I stepped out. The motion for 5. So we have a motion for American Leadership Academy Coastal.
And I second
5-year renewal in a second. Any discussion? Yeah, Lyndall, and I can understand that. I think this is another one that's sort of on the cusp of could lean either way. I like the fact that you're seeing the enrollment growth seems to be strong and trending in the right direction with academic performance as well. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, the motion is for a 5-year term for American Leadership Academy Coastal. Ashley, roll call vote.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Kakadillis,
Aye. Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous, 5 years.
Okay, next up is Union Day School, also fitting into the guidelines that we consider as a 5-year renewal. Would anyone like any comments or make a motion on Union Day School?
I mean, I think this school is doing a good job. They've grown, they had a little decline, continue to grow, but I think when you look at their comparability overall and their subgroup comparability, I think they fit well into the guidelines at 5.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Union Day School.
Second.
Year renewal.
All right, we have a motion from Dr. Hare and a second by Mr. Sanchez. Any discussion?
Make the motion.
I'm sorry. I'm looking right at you and calling you something else. Now, we have a motion by Ms. Parley, a second by Mr. Sanchez. Any discussion? Okay, 5 year.
I'd just like to commend this school for teaching students with 10 different languages, according to their presentation that we received back in the prior November or December. They have challenges and they're doing a good job with those challenges. So I agree with the determination of 5.
Okay, Ashley, roll call vote.
Sure.
Please.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parley,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Lyndalyn Kakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
and Gerald McNair.
Aye.
All right, 5 years unanimous.
Okay, the last school in this category is Raleigh Oak Charter School. Again, based upon the guidelines that we consider, it would fall into a recommended 5-year renewal. The school, when they came before us, did ask for a 7-year. Though fall a little bit short of the guidelines for 7-year, doesn't mean we can't do that. Anyone want to make any comments about Raleigh Oak Charter or make a motion?
Is anyone familiar with this school? Because in my notes, I did note that they asked for a 7, but that I wondered if it should be a 3, based on the trend of where they're going in their subgroup data and their comparability to the LEA being 21.5 below. Their last renewal was a 3-year. It was a 3-year renewal. They're currently low performing with a D and not met growth. They just don't seem to be moving in the right direction. Does anybody know the school?
I know a little bit as far as they have had a real struggle with their facilities. They have now gotten that straightened out. And I think that's what we saw between the 23-24 and 24-25 school year.
Yes, I have notes. They asked for a 7. You may have already brought that out. And they have students from 13 surrounding counties. So that probably has some impact. But I agree they dropped 9 points in comparability this past year. Low performing, had a 5-year renewal and then a 3. The enrollment seems to be strong.
The
In
enrollment has increased a good
Right,
bit.
we have 355 on our data sheet, which is several months old now, and I have 573 is what they reported when they were here in November, 573.
That's what I have too.
And that can be a good thing, but that can also be challenging academically, depending on the influx of students and their performance level. But I agree, they've gone from the met growth to not met, from a C to a D, from performing well to low performing. So it's all trending in the wrong direction, the 9-point drop.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's we've talked about before, while it is low performing, this is its first year, and we will have all low performing schools coming before us next year anyway. I want to be considerate in the fact that as we talk about the renewals, this school also goes after a lot of grants, and if at all possible, I know they're asking for a 7-year, but I think we need to give them a 5-year.
Yeah, I'll move that we approve Raleigh Oak Charter School for a 5-year renewal.
I'll second your motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
All right. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Cacadellis,
Aye.
Eric Buchan,
Nay.
and Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, it passes for 5 years.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's moving right along. 3-year placements. We have before us the list of schools that, based upon the guidelines that we consider, would fall into the 3-year placement. We can move the screen up just a second. Okay, quite a few schools here. Let me start with the same question we've been starting with for all these groups of schools. Are there any recusals? Mr. Sanchez was Rocky Mount Prep.
American Leadership Academy, Charlotte.
Rocky Mount Prep and Monroe Charter Academy.
Okay. Monroe shouldn't really be on this list, should it? Yeah, they've closed. Yeah, okay. Any other recusals from this list?
Chair Friend, I also just would note that we have exceptional children's staff here, I believe. In case you have any questions about Asheville Peak or any of the other EC compliance concerns.
Okay. Well, why don't we start? Let's just go down the list. I think this is important to give each school their time here. So why don't we start with Asheville Peak? And if anyone has any questions or comments or a motion to make. I think notwithstanding just what I see on paper, I know we need to look at other things here. I wonder if this wouldn't be a school that we might want to consider for 5. Yeah, data growth each of the last 2 years. Their comparability data last year was not terribly far off the local LEA. Strong subgroup data. Enrollment, I have their enrollment at 164.
I think it was mentioned this morning that they may come off non-compliance. May come off.
But for financial noncompliance, I think she said
Yes.
they're working towards remedying that. And I believe they still have outstanding EC noncompliance.
I would definitely like to know more about that.
Yeah. So can we invite?
Please.
Yeah.
Sure.
And just another question about the EC noncompliance. I had in mind it's that since 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. If you just state your name and role and share with us a little bit on that issue.
There we go. I'm Heather Cox. I'm Section Chief of IDA Integrated Monitoring. My section oversees quite a bit of the monitoring aspects for our PSUs.
Just to clarify what we're reading here, it says the most recent year that their percentage was 10% for indicator 11. Is that 10% met compliance or 10% short?
That is 10% that met compliance. However, there's a caveat there. That is actually our preliminary data, so that has not rolled out officially yet. But they are still, there is still non-compliance for 22 and 23. Indicator 11, their percentage was 60%. 23, 24, their indicator 11 was 0%. And so the preliminary data would be 10% for that one. And then they do still have the non-compliance from their program compliance review from 23, 24.
Does your office also directly work with the school in trying to meet
Absolutely.
Could you-
Absolutely.
Could you talk about what that's been with this?
Yeah, sure. So we roll out corrective action. And so the first year, like the 22-23 year, would be some generic steps that we take with all PSUs to get the improved compliance. When that doesn't improve, we amp up our efforts. So with Asheville Peak specifically, our team has met monthly, provided a spreadsheet that is well documented as to the steps that need to be taken. We have made multiple on-site visits as well as virtual calls with their team to correct the noncompliance.
Any understanding of the root cause?
So according to Asheville Peak, their feeling is that their full EC staff is all virtual, which presents numerous hurdles. Their full EC staff is fully virtual. As long as they're, I have Nicole Sinclair with me, our assistant director, as long as they're licensed. Yeah.
Legal or morally correct? That's two different things. So do you know, is there a number, like are we saying, let's say if is there a difference between if you miss it with one kid, you have one kid comes for testing, you miss it, but if you have 10 and then you miss it the next year is another 10, there's another 10, that's a systemic issue.
Sure.
So do you know with those numbers?
And we do look at a sliding scale based on PSU enrollment to make it fair for obviously larger PSUs and smaller PSUs. We do, however, with a PSU this size, we would at least look for 3 successful placements within the 90-day timeline. And as of right now, we're just not there.
Is the EC director also virtual?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a limit on the number of schools that an EC director can direct?
No, we cannot limit it.
Can you tell us who their EC director is that's doing virtual, or that's not?
So we can give you, we can give you the name of the virtual EC director. She actually is the owner of the contract company that contracts all the teachers as well.
I'm sorry.
They're contracted EC teachers. Are these people the ones who would actually be doing running the 90-day cycles and everything then?
Correct.
All right. No, thanks.
Yeah, that's a contract oversight issue.
Well, I'm gonna push back on that just slightly. I mean, this is not uncommon in virtual charter schools and other schools that run remote academies where you have folks providing those services from a remote environment. Now, I guess the question becomes,
are they doing it well or not?
Well, that would be an individual school's ability to answer that. I'm just sharing that this is not an uncommon for certain types of schools. I guess the question becomes is why is this school in that position would be the question I would have. Yeah.
Yes, and they are not a virtual school. All of their services are provided on site. We do know that they pull the children with disabilities into a room and they give them a computer and someone provides the services. Even some of the problems are with our corrective action where we are having issues with when we're saying you have to make up these services, they're saying that the child isn't being presented for services. However, being presented for services may be they're not logging onto the computer.
Wait, can I make a request? Would you introduce yourself? Just
Sorry.
please, thank you.
I'm Nicole Sinclair. I'm the assistant director for the Office of Exceptional Children.
Thank you. You're very knowledgeable, so clearly, but thank you.
And Jeremy, to answer your question, we did not meet indicator 11. We just came off of that. And the department does a great job supporting input in those places. And they need prong 2. I mean, all those fun things coming that you do. And like we missed by one kid. I was upset. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I asked when Pete came forward, I asked him, this has happened since 2022. And if you have a vendor, they're not providing it, they're not meeting the 90 days, they didn't meet it in 2022, they should have met it in 2023, 24. And then if they didn't, you look for another vendor. That's an oversight issue.
And what I will say is it has not been the same vendor. So this vendor started last year.
They
and
did originally have an on-site
Yes.
EC director that's since moved on. So.
Thank you for that information. It's very, very helpful. Again, Nashville Peak fits within the guidelines of 3 years. I mean, I will say I kind of came here today with the idea that maybe we consider 5. But it's also why we do these. It's also why we deliberate and get information from the department as well. So,
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Asheville Peak Academy 4-3
I second.
renewal.
okay, we have a motion for 3-year and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadillis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
and Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Moving right along. Next up is Thomas Academy. Thomas Academy is an alternative school serving grades 6 through 12 in Columbus County. They too are being recommended for a 3-year, keeping in mind similar to the discussion we had earlier this afternoon where, you know, as an alternative school, our guidelines aren't necessarily perhaps as equipped to make comparative data analysis, but
Bruce, this is Lindlin. I'd like to speak to this school. It is an alternative school. I think we all heard how they work with group homes in Columbus County. They do meet a very, very specific need in the county. They have maintaining their school rating. The comparability definition that we're using, the 5%, that just does not fit this school at all. And I would suggest giving them at least a 7, or even possibly if we want to do like the other alternative schools, because we know they're meeting a need. And if they're low performing, well, they are not in that classification because they're alternative school. Give them a 10 or a 7.
Ms. Hare, if the 2 schools that we gave a 10-year in their alternative school rating were rated higher than this school, correct?
Yes. But they were a different model.
They were model
Those
C.
other 2 were Model C, which had those 3 criteria comprising a total score. This is option B, which means they send the data. In fact, I think after it explains option D, it says that the charters are exempt from one of these. But anyway, they've selected option B, which means the data goes back to the base school for each student, and this school doesn't receive a designation. However, there is a designation here of progressing or maintaining. The other would be declining. They're not declining.
Right. Okay.
I like the fact too, when we interviewed this school, they said all graduates get a 4-year college paid for by donors that they've lined up to support the school. I had in my notes as a possible 7 connections that they have with the Boys and Girls Club as well, residential component.
This is a very, very unique school.
This is Jenna Cook. Just to make sure I'm being consistent in providing compliance updates, I did have one compliance update for Thomas Academy, that there were no initial concerns when they were originally presented to you all. And then from their FY25 audit, they had findings related to EC teacher licensure and then also retaining proper concussion forms for coaches from the 24-25 school year.
Thank you, Jenna.
Yeah, certainly the work that this school does is super important and very difficult work. I've spent quite a bit of time. The Boys and Girls home is not far from where I live, and I've been involved with several community organizations that partner with and have the different organizations have houses that they support, and they're doing good work. And I would certainly support a 7-year renewal here.
You want to make that?
Sure. I will move that we offer Thomas Academy a 7-year renewal.
I second that.
Okay, I think okay. We have a motion by Mr. Godby, second by Ms. Kakadelis. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor for Thomas Academy granting a 7-year renewal? Roll call vote, please.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend, Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Buchan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
All right, unanimous 7-year.
All right, moving along. We lost our screen. I'm not sure that's a sign that we're supposed to be moving faster or not. We have next up is Next Generation Academy. Again, being proposed as a potential 3-year renewal in Guilford County, serving students K through 8. 3 consecutive years of meeting performance, slightly below LEA in terms of that comparability metric, depending on how much weight you want to put on that.
Chair Friend, this is Jenna Cook. As an update from last time, Next Generation, based on their FY24 audit, was on financial noncompliance probationary status. And then after the review of their FY25 financial statement, they have been removed from financial noncompliance completely.
Okay, thank you for that. So it's the continuing low performing status, I think, that's keeping them from a higher renewal based on the guidelines.
They were renewed last time with stipulations. Can anyone speak to how they did with their stipulations? How they
You say they met them all.
Yes, they met all of their
Okay.
stipulations. So their stipulations were they had 2 payments that were due back to DPI. One was due in May, one was due in September. Both of those were paid on time, and then they were required to attend federal programs, financial training, which was attended, and then they were required to give updates to you all, which we've done over the past 3 years. They've given some updates.
So am I correct that I just hear you say that they're not on financial noncompliance at this point?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And not on noncompliance, they've been meeting growth. Enrollment continues to increase. Subgroup data is pretty good, except for one category. Stable is a good word for that. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that Next Generation Academy be granted a 5-year renewal. I just think that this is, I think this is, to me, this is an example of 3 years. We'll be back in 3 years and how much, what's going to be different other than things are trending positive. So,
second that.
A motion and a second for Next Generation for 5-year renewal. Any discussion?
I know that they just added grades 6 through 8. So they'll be building and growing, and I think that would be good. I think a 5-year term would be good for them.
They just had what did you say?
They've added grades 6 through 8 recently. We also had a good conversation with Brian Moore, their board treasurer, who spoke to the financial compliance, and he had a really good grip on the numbers, and they seem to have good leadership there. Gave me a lot of confidence in their budget.
Any other discussion? Okay, 5-year renewal is the motion. Ashley, roll call vote.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Lyndalyn Kakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, passes for 5 years.
Okay, next up is Summit Creek Academy. Again, being recommended for 3 years.
I'd like to make a motion that Summit Creek Academy be nominated for 5 year instead of 3, primarily due to the fact that Summit Creek is comparable to most of the local districts for the last 2 out of 3 years. Summit Creek also met or exceeded growth in 2 of the last 3 years, despite serving the ED population. And across subgroup, Summit Creek students outperform their district peers overall in proficiency for 3 consecutive years. And their ED and EL students at Summit Creek achieve higher proficiency rates compared to their peers across the state in the last 2 years. Summit Creek has complied with state and federal laws throughout the charter term, and the board continues to provide governance and oversight, ensuring that they maintain and stay in line with the mission of the school.
Hilda Parlay seconds that 5 year. Motion.
Okay, so you have a motion and a second to grant Summit Creek a 5-year renewal term. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Lyndalyn Kakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
My apologies for skipping over the Extraterrestrial School of Greensboro, Guilford County K-8 school, have not met growth for the last 3 years. Comparable or in the ballpark of LEA in terms of academic performance compared to the LEA.
I would move that we renew this school for 3 years.
Motion for
Second.
3, second. Any discussion?
This is one of the schools that finance brought up as concerns, the ADM drop of 40%.
Any other comments? Discussion? Okay, hearing none, the motion on the table is a 3-year renewal term. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Yes. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Lyndalyn Kakadelis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan.
She stepped away.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Okay. Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Next up, Iredell Charter Academy of Arts and Sciences, again being recommended for 3 years. K-8 school in Iredell Statesville Schools.
Bruce, I need to recuse myself. I'm sorry I didn't do that at the very beginning.
Duly noted. Thank you, Lyndalyn. Has not met growth for the last 3 years. Fairly comparable or comparable to the local LEA. Any thoughts or comments?
Feels like the placement's correct. I would move to have Iredell Charter Academy of Arts and Science for a 3-year renewal. Said that right.
You have a motion for 3. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, the recommendation is for Idle Charter Academy of Arts and Sciences for a 3-year renewal term. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Gogby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Eric Gukian,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay, next up is American Leadership Academy of Charlotte, K-8 school, has met growth each of the last 3 years. I have from my notes too, enrollment continues to be strong. And the last figure I had was 365, I believe is what they reported. Serving a higher low-income poverty population than the local LEA is what I have from my notes. Other comments or thoughts on this particular school?
Noted that they've met growth the past 3 out of 3 years. They've moved from an F score to a D. They're trending in the right direction as far as their proficiency data. And they have grown, I think, as you noted, 3 years ago at 138, and now they're at about 365 in student numbers. They've had a 10-year and then a 3-year. And they are compliant. Were they removed from any non-compliance list?
This is Jenna Cook. No, they are on financial noncompliance. So they are the school that school business noted today that moved from. So when initially presented to you, I presented that they were on cautionary status based on their FY24 audit. They have been moved from cautionary to probationary status based on their FY25 audit.
Okay.
How many years ago did they do their rebranding? Because they went from Aristotle to ALA, and now they're a Charter One school. So knowing the history behind Charter One is an EMO with deep pockets. So I'm not as worried much about the financial side of it because they're going to infuse the cash. So the academic side seems like they're doing okay. So I can recommend, I'll make a motion to put them as a 5-year renewal.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 5 years. Any discussions, comments?
Yeah, I think I would like to understand why from my colleagues. They did go from an F to a D, but seem pretty consistently in the 20s behind the district. And the same in subgroup. It's not. I don't see that an upward trend, and they've been CLP for 3 of the last 3 years.
I know a little bit about this school and visited it. While it may not be in their agreement or in their mission statement, this school has targeted a population that is needed. I think the comparability numbers, and the review board has discussed this at length, is we literally picked 5 percentage points out of the air. There's no research under our definition of comparability. And if that's the only reason we're giving it a 3-year, that's why I would want to go ahead and move it to a 5-year.
I think for me, while I understand Mr. Gay not being concerned, there's still significant financial noncompliance issues here too.
Can I get clarification? So they went from cautionary to probationary? And I apologize if I missed it in the reading. Why? What was the explanation?
So they put their unassigned fund balance has grown significantly, is what I have noted. We'll pull it up for you.
It's further up.
I just haven't been in this world you know, if they have the backing that I know they have, they shouldn't be escalating. They should be getting protected from that. Like the fact that we're giving them potentially credit for something that they could mitigate right now. They shouldn't be on this. They knew they were in the renewal year. So I can't see that. The academic growth is good, is strong. The fact that they came out of F status to a D is great, but it's still 2 out of the last 3 years with an F. I don't know why we're not talking more about 3 years with stipulations than we are talking about going to 5.
And the motion on the table is 5-year for American Leadership Academy Charlotte. Any other discussion, comments?
Can you remind me who made that?
The motion was made by Mr. Gay and seconded by Linda Lynn. Voice in the sky. Voice in the sky.
I think we talked about how this school just has moved and it's finally got a location that is stable, if I'm remembering right. That's why I would give it the 5-year.
Okay, we have a motion on the table for 5. Ashley, roll call vote.
All right. Stephen Gay.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Nay.
Hilda, are you recused?
Yes, I am.
Yes, okay. Todd Godby.
Nay.
Eric Sanchez.
Nay.
Shelley Shope.
Nay.
Linda Lynn Heckadellis.
Yay.
Eric Gucan.
Nay.
Gerald McNair.
Nay.
It does not pass.
Okay. Would anyone
I
like?
move that we renew ALA Charlotte for 3 years.
I'll second that.
All right, motion on the table for 3 years. Second, any discussion? Ashley, roll call vote.
Stephen Gay.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
Linda Lynn Heckadellis.
Aye.
Eric Gucan.
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, the 3-year passes unanimously.
Ready. Okay, we're getting there. Next up for Academy. I think one of the original schools in the charters in the state, if I remember, serving K through 12, have exceeded growth last year, but had not met growth 2 years prior and have been continuing low performing each of the last 3 years. I believe this was a school that its last renewal term in 2023 was also 3 years with stipulations. Jenna, can you maybe provide us an update?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry, you broke up a little bit. You're asking for an update on how they met their stipulations?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Rocky Mount Prep met the stipulation for having an approved school improvement plan as well as teacher and leadership training. However, they did not meet the stipulation that required them to meet growth 2 out of the 3 years of their renewal. They only exceeded growth this past year, but did not meet growth in the first 2 years of their renewal. So they did not meet that stipulation. They've also had some compliance concerns with the Office of School Nutrition and the Office of Digital Learning and School Connectivity. And then the Office of School Business also presented to you all some audit report findings that were pretty significant. That's an update from when we presented the school to you all last. So those audit report findings were employees during the year were paid at an incorrect rate. 2 teachers in the EC program did not have required licensure. There was a contract entered into without adding the indebtedness sentence, and then more than half the teachers were not licensed. I do want to add that the Office of Charter School staff that did Rocky Mount Prep's renewal site visit also noted to Rocky Mount Prep in their required actions about ensuring that all contracts were entered into with having the indebtedness clause. And also we noted that they needed to correct their 50% teacher licensure. So that's something that the school was notified about. I believe their renewal site visit was in April of 25. So they were also given that feedback by our office.
Thank you for that update, Ms. Cook.
So they are currently non-compliant with the 50% requirement,
Yes, that's my understanding.
and it has continued.
Yeah, so they were non-compliant. Well, during renewal site visit, that's one of the questions that we ask with our focus group, as we ask what is their percentage of teacher licensure. They verbally said that they were under that 50% at the time in April, and then their audit also noted that they were under that 50% from last year.
Jenna, do you know the exact percentage?
I do not know.
And I know the world has changed a little bit since this happened, but the spirit of this, when given stipulations, was that you meet it or you don't get renewed.
Yeah, so this was a school like others that when we were still the CSAB, CSAB was renewed by the state board for a 3-year term with very specific stipulate that yes, under the assumption that if you didn't meet those stipulations, that you could be, that was it, you could be closed. And in the interim, we've become the board. We're the authorizing body, and so we can follow those stipulations that the state board placed upon them. But we also have the latitude to not follow them as well. Or maybe I shouldn't use the word not follow, but take into consideration, and each of us individually decide how important is it that, you know, for example, in this case, one of the stipulations wasn't met. Yeah. And Jenna, just to correct me, it is one of the 3 that was not met, correct?
So yeah, one of the 3 I can definitively say was not met because it was they had to meet growth 2 out of 3 years. They met growth 1 out of 3 years. The other 2 stipulations, which I think are more subjective, were that the school was not to have any, or they were to be in substantial compliance with state law and their charter, and then they were also not to have any financial compliance warnings. I would say many of the stipulation schools have kind of moved on and off financial warnings or compliance warnings, but most have corrected them by now, with Rocky Mount still being on those like non-compliance notices.
So isn't state law that 50% of teachers have to be licensed? So then they're non-compliant to 2 of them.
Now that was in April that we knew they didn't have 50%. Do we know what that is? Did they answer that and I don't remember that. Did they answer that when they came before us?
It was a finding in their audit and it has not been corrected. So I would make the assumption that it has not been corrected.
If I can just make a couple of comments, for all the reasons that my colleagues have cited, Jenna has cited, I have significant concerns about this school. And separate from the school itself, Rocky Mount Prep, when we have a pattern of 3-year renewals, frequent flyers, if you will, I think that's something that, not here, obviously, but I think it's something that I think there is a place for 3-year renewals, but I think when you're going to the well, 2-3 cycles running, that starts to become a strain, certainly on the taxpayers, on the school, and on that community, and most importantly on the children. So I have a real concern about this school, and I'll leave it at that.
Go ahead, and I'll make.
I do as well. I know that they came in very excited because this past school year, for the first time in a decade, they exceeded growth when they had not met growth, and they felt there was a turn. And if you look at the subgroup data, there clearly was a turn. I'm not saying it merits any greater renewal, but I think that they have some energy, they've seen some success, and they hope to build on that in the years to come. But I do agree this would be the fourth 3-year, and they need to get beyond that. I don't think it's going to happen this time, most likely, especially with non-compliance.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, but I think there are some opportunities for them to continue to grow in that market. And there are some opportunities for them to look at ways of providing some additional assistance for their students. So I recommend that we give them a 3-year renewal.
You got a motion?
He said,
That's a motion.
I'm sorry.
We have a motion
moved.
for a Rocky Mountain Prep for 3 years.
So moved.
Do we have a second? I'll ask again, do we have a second?
I'll put a second out there, so we'll go to a vote.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now it's time for discussion.
I mean, at the very least, we should be having a conversation about stipulations if we're not having a conversation about non-renewal. I mean, I don't disagree with you that there is opportunity in that area, but I do not believe that they have taken advantage of that over the last 9 years. And if they were going to, I think maybe they would have. I mean, this past year, they were a little more comparable, but still double digits behind the LEA. And I think this is a place that we ask ourselves, are they better at this school or not? I don't know.
The only thing I agree with my colleague. The only thing that I would add too is we're not talking about a small school here. It's over 800 kids. And again, that only adds to my concern. So.
I know our sheet has 818, if anyone is looking at the renewable data, but when they came to us, they said it was at 861, just for clarity.
And one would think that by now, out of 9 years, they would have figured it out. Or should have figured it out.
For clarification, there were a couple of schools that got stipulations in a couple of different ways. Is this a school that we voted to non-renew 3 years ago?
No, this school, you all recommended a 3-year renewal and the state board added the stipulations.
Okay.
Jenna, has the school completed its required actions for the charter renewals process?
No, there are still some outstanding items as well. Some of those were required amendments. Julie has been trying to work with them in submitting curriculum and transportation amendments, but she's assigned those to them, but they have not yet submitted. So part of our process is to look at their charter application and determine if the school is acting in compliance with the application. If not, then we let the school know that they need to complete an amendment. Again, this process we've gone through this process with them since April, and they still haven't submitted the required amendments.
Jenna, you earlier talked about some issues that school nutrition and another department, maybe digital learning, was having with the school. Can you expound on that any?
Slightly. I haven't been given any updates, although I can say so over the summer, the Office of School Nutrition sent the school a letter about an administrative review that they would be conducting. And so they are still being monitored this year because of the noncompliance from last year with the Office of School Nutrition. And they noted that the noncompliance areas include insufficient meal counts, missing meal components, incomplete production records, and daily reconciliation reports that were not completed. So that was all in noncompliance from last year, and so they're under review again this year by the Office of School Nutrition. And then from the Office of Digital Teaching and Learning, our office was notified by them of some pretty great concerns regarding their transition to Infinite Campus, which primarily included the school's lack of attendance at required trainings or lack of their teachers participating in the required modules. Their office was able to send us some numbers because they can see it on the back end of who's participating in these trainings, and it was very minimal from the Rocky Mount team, like who was participating in those requirements.
I guess sort of how I'm. Go ahead, someone online.
Yeah, this is Lindalyn, and I too have real concerns about this school. I know we have a 3-year renewal on the motion. I definitely think if that's the way we're going to proceed, then we definitely need to have it with stipulations. On the other hand, if the board decides to non-renewal, I'm very concerned about the number of students that are in here. I know we had one charter school that was assumed. That was years back. Do we know if their board would consider or think about having an assumption on this school?
Well, I don't think that's something we can answer today without the board obviously being here. I guess here's where I know we have a motion that we're going to need to vote on, and unless can a motion be rescinded after it's been seconded?
No. That's
all I needed to hear.
Yeah, no, I mean, it can be tabled or it can be moved to a different time by vote of the body, but the motion itself could be withdrawn after.
Here's kind of where I sit. I know we interviewed this board, but I feel like I'm not ready to give them 3 years. I'm not even ready to give them 3 years with stipulations because I would feel like I'd want more time for us to really craft what those stipulations are instead of just coming up with them ad hoc here this afternoon. I'm also not ready to vote to close the school either. I'd be inclined, if others agree, to ask this board to come back to us in February to answer these questions that we have about why they didn't meet the stipulations for the last 3 years, the last time they had the 3-year renewal, and the other questions that have emerged. I want to be respectful of their time, but I mean, it sounds to me from the discussions and questions we're raising, this is a school that at best is going to get 3 years. At second best, we'll get 3 years with stipulations that we would need to craft, and potentially at worst be subject to closure. I say that because I'm not hearing anyone offering to give them a 5-year renewal. So if we could table, I guess we could do one of two things if you support it. This is just an idea. If others don't support it, that's fine. We could table the vote, have them come back, or we can vote no on this current motion. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean there's a follow-up motion to close them either. I don't know procedurally which would be the better path to take.
I could agree to that. I think that's a good idea.
I'm not sure I even know what I'm agreeing to.
Yeah.
But what you
And you
said
know-
about
I mean, I could
tabling.
amend my
tabling
motion.
it.
Want me to
Till
amend it?
February.
Since
So
we've
hold it.
seconded already, though.
Okay.
The 3 years with stipulations kind of becomes empty when they didn't do the last stipulation.
Yeah, I mean, this is the school that this would be their 4th consecutive 3-year. This is the example of, you know, I feel like we had this situation with a school with last year's renewal term that,
You know, they were here in February, not February, November. So we've heard their position, we've heard their.
I mean, I don't want to sound flippant, but I'm going to use the word.
We didn't know things were this bad in November.
We had
I mean, we knew we had some problems, but we didn't know it was this bad.
And I agree, we're not ready to vote for some type of closure, but we also don't want to repeat the 3-year with stipulations that doesn't get fulfilled.
I just think. So are we gonna vote for the motion? Or will you rescind the motion?
I'm going to ask legal to advise as to what you think the best path forward.
So I think what you could do, based off what your discussion is that you could move to postpone the consideration of the motion to a definite time and make that the February meeting. So then you could hear their presentation, but then that 3-year motion would still be on the table at that point for consideration.
So Dr. Hare, so if the belief is that 3 years with stipulation is futile, then what's left that other than non-renewal?
Are you asking her or the board?
I directed it to Dr. Hare, but certainly anyone can speak to it because I think it was a comment that she made that I was questioning.
Right, I think the bringing them back in, that they need to see the seriousness of this. They came in November and actually requested a 5-year without fulfilling the stipulations on the past 3-year. So I think we need a face-to-face because as it was pointed out, we're talking about maybe almost 900 children and a very unexpected situation here of the poor performance and the sort of the stalemate where we find ourselves with this renewal option.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree that it's unexpected. I mean, my notes when they presented to us was 0 or 3. And this was the data. I mean, they're further non-compliant now than they were then and didn't do 2 of the 3 things. But I think that it's a pretty consistent picture.
I think when they were here in November, we didn't speak to that as seriously to impress upon them. It would be very sudden and disruptive to the whole community and to all of the school leaders and workers there if we were to make a decision today that was against renewal.
I'm going to ask Linda to speak.
Question. So are you saying that they are not aware of where they stand based on the report given by Jenna?
Not that they could be facing closure. I don't think that they have that acute awareness.
We're talking about non-renewal, not just,
Non-renewal.
I mean, non-renewal. I would love to hear from the board what their thoughts are about assumption since, I mean, the community has embraced the school and, you know, I'd love to see what would happen if the board wanted to let someone assume it that has a better track record or going back to that statute that we have.
Okay, so I'm going to ask legal, once again, I'm sorry for all the questions. We have a motion and we have a second for 3-year, but we know we want to table the motion until the February meeting where we're going to invite the board of this school to come before us and ask questions that we may have. Is the motion tabled simply by the chair not asking for a vote, or do we actually have to vote to table the motion?
I think you would need a motion and a second, so a motion to postpone the consideration of the motion to the February meeting.
So based on the conversation here, I don't see any world in which we give them a 3-year at least without stipulations. Why don't we dispense with it, make vote now, and then if we're going to bring them back. Just
so Stephen, what he's saying is if
he needs to amend his motion then. No.
So if the vote,
Okay.
So what happens if the motion, let's say the motion fails, so there's no recommendation, what happens?
Then there's nothing for the board to decide. And then I think that at that point, the chair could by unanimous consent, just have it set on the February agenda.
And we're not ruling out, Mr. Godby, what may occur in the February vote.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, with that, then let's
The-
go ahead.
The one thing I would say about that, just trying to think forward, is if the vote is no on just a 3-year without the stipulations, then the only way that could be reconsidered by the board, somebody would have to make a motion to reconsider it. At that time. I mean, I know we're getting like pretty deep into Robert's rules here, to do it that way. So if you vote it down and it's no, and then after you hear from them, if the motion is, I move that we grant them a 3-year renewal, well, that's an improper motion at that point because that motion's already been considered by the body and denied. So it would have to be, there would have to be a motion to reconsider that at that point.
So why don't we just make the motion to table this item until February?
That may be cleaner.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we table any decision on the motion that's on the table until the February 2026 meeting, at which time we will also be asking the board of the school to be prepared to come before us.
Second.
Any discussion?
That's a non-debatable motion. No discussion, just vote. I'm hoping y'all have reached my limits of Robert's rule knowledge. I'm gonna bring my book next time.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
aye.
Hilda Parlay,
All right, I approve.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Cacadillas,
Aye.
Eric Buchan.
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, the motion to table this until February passes.
All right, thank you for that. That'll be the second renewal vote. Remember, we have Old Mainstream Academy coming before us in February as well. We have 2 more. If we can, let's try to maybe power through these 2 and then we'll take a break. Next up would be Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington. Again, using the guidelines as just that, guidelines. This school falls into the category of a potential 3-year renewal, New Hanover County Schools. They have met growth each of the last 3 years. They're off in terms of the 5% comparability metric that we use, the local LEA, and subgroup data as well in a couple of categories.
This is Lindlin. I sent an email. Well, we've gotten a letter from this school that I think everybody has read. The statute was changed in 2023 that if the school's charter results in providing services to certain targeted subgroups, the school's academic performance shall be judged in comparison to the academic outcomes of students in the same subgroup. That is in their charter agreement. I did a little digging, and there was several neighborhoods that it targeted that provides a subgroup. Also, I did a little more digging on those subgroups, especially last year in reading, and just wanted to say that in the Classical Charter School of Wilmington had 46.4% at grade level proficiency. And I looked at the schools that were close, maybe, 5 or 6 minutes close to the school. And the school that had the closest to the Black reading grades, reading grade 3 through 8 was 29.2. So if we're going to follow the statute, the truth is the school should probably get a 10-year if we followed the statute. But I would at least like to see it get a 7-year. It's not in any non-compliance. It has met growth. It has a very small student population. So in some of those subgroups, it could be a very few number of students. Just just very few, because they don't have many students in the school.
I could get behind 5. I think for me, 7 is a stretch. Looking at the data, the comparability and some of the subgroup comparability. I don't think they deserve a 3, but seven's a big step.
Let me ask, has the Office of Charter School implemented that statute into what they're looking at?
Yes, Jenna, you can speak to this in just a second, but in order for us to have a very clear comparable, to implement that statute and have a very clear comparable subgroup, the charter application needs to speak directly to a specific subgroup. In this case, the charter application is an older application, and it speaks to specific neighborhoods, as you mentioned. We don't have the ability to, we don't have comparable data specific to a neighborhood. Schools are welcome to bring their own data. And Jenna, can you speak to, I don't know if the school brought data or what it presented, and I don't recall their presentation, to be honest. So you can speak to that, Jenna.
Yeah, I can pull up their presentation again. I don't remember. I do remember I did look at because they have asked for that 10-year given their application. But when I look at their application, I don't see I see the direct connection to serving students in the neighborhood. But again, I don't have the racial demographics of that neighborhood that it was intending to serve. It was very clear about wanting to serve that neighborhood. But it's not clear on racial. I mean, I will say the Office of Charter Schools has implemented this statute. Last year, Reaching All Minds Academy was one school that received a 10-year based on their subgroup data, all subgroups. Their application was very specific to serving a specific population, and their comparable data did meet that statute. So we are looking at that data, and just in this case, it's not as clear in the application.
Jenna, I do think it says at the end, it says by the time the school opens in 2013, 295 of these children will be eligible to apply for the seats. Of the 295 children, 100% of them are African American. Now, I guess that they're not saying we are targeting the African American, but it does say we're targeting those housing units where 100% of them are African American.
And in that subgroup, they exceed the LEA by about 7.5 points. They are a year-round school, correct?
I think that.
But in reading, in just looking at reading, it was so much more.
I think I might be aligned with Mr. Godby on this one. I don't know, for myself, a 7 is maybe a reach. I'm just comparing it to a school that we just voted on not too long ago. I voted to give American Leadership Academy Charlotte a 5. And this school, like that one, has met growth each of the last 3 years. The letter grade's actually better. The comparability, for what it's worth, is slightly better. I'm not going to go back revote on another school, but I think I might be. I'll make a motion that we move Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington to a 5-year renewal term.
Second.
And I think that's somewhat generous. I think they're doing a good job with the demographic group that they're working with, and they have met growth 3 out of 3 years. I think that 5 would give them a little time. Certainly better than the 3 that would fall into that category naturally.
Okay, we have a motion for 5-year renewal. Any discussion?
I just can't support that because they do not have any financial have no non-compliance, have never had any non-compliance. And I think we're making a disincentive for people to provide options in crime-ridden neighborhoods.
Do we have numbers here associated with this data to know how big these subgroups are and anywhere or no?
Did they send it to you? I don't know how many kids from each subgroup reside in each neighborhood and,
Yeah.
but they might have sent it to you guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't, they sent a letter. I don't have that letter right in front of me right now. As far as the subgroup, I know that, their, Black subgroup is a whole lot more than the other subgroups. And I'm trying to find if I've got that data.
I would wonder though, I'm not the math guy here, but given the data that we're seeing and where it is compared to the overall school data, I'm not sure that it is like that number. If you were 90% Black, for instance, then they couldn't have the results that they have with 37.3% being GLP. Like the numbers wouldn't work that way. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yeah, it does. Makes sense.
With just 100, I mean, they've got, I think, 130 students. They don't have that many students.
And so that we have motion and a second for 5-year renewal for Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Cacadelis,
Nay.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, the 5 years passes.
Okay, one more in this category, and then we're going to take a break, and then we'll come back and do the last two, which are the virtual charter schools. The last school that fits into the 3-year guideline placement is Zeka, School of Arts and Technology. This is a school which is like one we just reviewed a few minutes ago, was granted a 3-year renewal back in 2023 with stipulations. I think the difference between this and the prior one that we looked at, which was Rocky Mount, correct me if I'm wrong, Ashley, but I think this was a school that we actually voted to close, and then the state board reversed that decision, but gave them 3 years with stipulations. Since that time, they have, over the last 3 years, met or exceeded growth. The comparability is still not quite there in terms of the LEA, and some concerns around comparability with subgroups as well. Enrollment seems to hover around that 90 to 100 mark. I can't remember, maybe if someone else has their notes. I didn't catch what was their enrollment this current school year.
It was 85 when they were here, and it is 87 according to Infinite Campus today.
Okay, so that's getting close to a threshold we don't want to see them at.
And they are currently on cautionary non-compliance. Yeah, it's because of a 10% or more drop, a greater than 10% drop in ADM.
Any comments or questions, or anyone want to make a motion?
They were given a 3-year with stipulations and they did fulfill stipulations.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Ms. Cook, can you confirm that they did fulfill the stipulations that the state board granted them back in 2023?
Yes, so they've completed all of the more objective stipulations, although one of the stipulations is that there are no financial compliance warnings, which they are currently on a financial compliance warning for their ADM.
So do we know if and I think I recall that when they were here, they talked about the drop in enrollment being partially due to the fact that we voted to close them. Do I recall that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah, I had the same notes for Rocky Mount too. They said that the discussions we were having kind of destabilized Would anyone like to make a motion?
If we recommended a 3-year renewal, would there be any stipulations of any requirements? I mean,
I was getting ready to ask you if you felt like that this would be one that we perhaps could do a 3-year with stipulations. Given that they seem to be more compliant, though they've had this, the drop in ADM, which makes them on cautionary status, but I don't know that it's because they haven't done something that they were supposed to do, right?
right. Not quite the same as not submitting reports or not legally complying with certain things. They need to build enrollment. That would take them off the non-compliance, most likely.
Yeah, I think this, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm going to move that we approve Zeka for a 3-year renewal term. I think that I don't know. I don't know that my opinion is adding stipulations at this point is going to address some of the concerns that we see here on paper. I mean, the biggest being the enrollment drop. If that drop continues, we're going to see them before the end of 3 years anyways. We'll probably see them next year or this fall. They've got work to do around the academics in terms of comparability, but it is positive that we've seen them meeting growth. That's an exceeded growth. That's a positive trend for sure. And I'd like to think that we got the attention, or the state board got their attention. We were ready to close them. That the state board got their attention 3 years ago about the importance of the governance and making sure that they're being compliant with all the requests from Office of Charter Schools. So I make a motion that we grant them a 3-year renewal.
Second motion.
Okay, motion second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Cacadillis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay, we actually have 2 more, but let's take a break. The 2 more that are remaining are the 2 virtual charter schools. And so we'll pick those up. Let's reconvene. It's 1:55. Let's reconvene at 2:10, 15-minute break. So we'll come back at 2:10.
To me.
We ready? Okay, welcome back. We do have two more renewals, and maybe to set the stage for these two, because they're slightly different than the ones that we have done earlier today. As you'll recall, we have had over the last 10 years, two virtual charter schools in the state, NC Virtual Academy and NC Cyber Academy. Legislation, as you'll recall, was passed 2 summers ago that allowed for the charter schools in North Carolina really to have the same ability that traditional public schools have, which is to run virtual remote academies out of their PSU. That legislation also established the renewal or the term for those remote academies as being 5 years. So the two schools that are before us today, again, have been operating for a decade, but based upon the interpretation of the legislation, would be eligible for 5-year terms because all remote academies are given a 5-year term. I'm really going to make him earn his money today. Mr. Walker, did I describe that correctly?
That is the way that I read the statute, that it's a question of, it's a up or down on 5-year.
Okay. Any comments from the Office of Charter Schools as well?
That's also how we interpret it and have explained that to the schools so they are aware.
Okay. I think it's also just to call it what it is, and I think this is probably everyone knows this, is that as virtual schools serving kids all across the state, regardless of any kind of geographic limitation, the guidelines that we use, that we've just implemented or kind of compared against the other schools, don't necessarily align perfectly with virtual schools. Maybe that's something we need to look at in the future. That's just me editorializing that we have, as we have more remote academies being approved and operating in the state. Perhaps we should look at a separate set of renewal guidelines for them. But these two schools are up for 5-year renewal. And that really is our option at this point. It's, as Mr. Walker said, 5 or nothing. And Jenna, anything you want to add from your end?
No, I don't think anything new. I would just say that the statute that deals with renewal for remote charter academies requires that the review board consider compliance with the requirements of the new remote charter academy law in the prior 5 years in determining whether to approve a request for renewal of a remote charter academy. So the data that's been provided to you all is their performance over the last 5 years to consider whether or not you want to approve this 5-year renewal.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a question? Am I okay?
Absolutely. Go for it.
This was mentioned in the business presentation earlier, but and understand these are different schools. But the unassigned fund balance and the revenue over expenditures is many, many, many millions of dollars. 16 million for NC Virtual Academy for unassigned fund balance, revenue over expenditures for the Cyber Academy at 3.4 million. It's just an open question as to where that money goes and what it's for. Just seems like an awful lot of money to me to be sitting there.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you. Not that you're looking for me to give you an answer.
But I don't really. I'm just curious as to where.
Question for the next time they're before us, or just next time we have them come in and do a presentation.
I seem to remember this isn't a legal answer to that, but I seem to remember that there was some discussion at some point about when the cutoff is on the fund balance and when vendors are paid. And so it may artificially look a little larger than it is, but I think it is still large.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't, it's probably the next time they come before us, but their academic performance isn't grand. If they've truly got $16 million in the bank, why aren't they using that to make their academic performance better for their students? Would be my question.
That's why I think they need more guidelines. And you mentioned earlier that we could, at some point, consider amending what they can do at this point. But they're still considered a school. They still have children, regardless of them being remote or not. Because looking at these grades, that's not acceptable. 5 years. So I think we need to have more discussion about their guidelines.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of in a, I'm just gonna state the obvious. We're in a position, we need to make a motion for 5-year renewal. I'll make second. I move that we grant NC Virtual Academy, NC Cyber Academy for 5-year renewal.
Can we do this on Moss?
Second. Any discussion?
Seems like something needs to be said, that we're renewing schools for 5 years. It's 2 schools that have been continually low performing for a combination of 9 years. Is that correct? Nope.
No.
All 10?
All 10.
And have not met growth except one school for 1 year. And yet the enrollment is almost 2,500 and 1 in 4,000. And so do they not understand the quality of education that's being delivered? Or is it just the situation of families? They need flexibility, they need this type of schedule. And it also could be those large enrollments are students that are in and out throughout the year. And what's the real actual core group that stay with it for a year or years ongoing? That'd be interesting to know more of that kind of data and their performance.
And are those kids better off there or not with that kind of academic performance? I mean, if a school, if a brick and mortar school were in front of us with that kind of academic performance, we would pick them apart to understand all of those pieces and hold them accountable for it. We need to be able to do that with these schools too.
And when they presented, they said the elementary grades were overall good and showing growth, but all we have here is just one score for a demographic group or subgroup.
Yeah, I don't disagree about holding schools accountable for their performance. I would just caution about an apples to apples comparison. I can tell you from experience, in some states, these schools are actually given an alternative status because of the very nature of the students that they're serving. I think as they, I remember from their presentation, like they do have a high, I want to use the word turnover, but fluidity of students that come to them at various points throughout the school year as well. It's not just, the students they have on day one on August 1st, or in many cases, not the same students that they have on January 1st. And that's not an excuse. That's just, it is a different model than what you find at a traditional school is on.
Do we know, are these schools kind of used that way as an alternative school? For example, if a charter school, if a student was for medical reasons or whatever, not able to be on site, that they could enroll in a school like this? Or do we know how they function?
I don't want to speak for these 2 schools specifically. I'll just speak from experience in this world for 3 decades. And it is not uncommon at all that other schools use these schools as a way of, you might be better served over here at the virtual school. And it's often not a coincidence as to when that recommendation comes to that family. So those students are not on their records. By no means is that every situation at all, because there are students who thrive in this environment for lots of different reasons. But having run schools like this and worked with them, absolutely, it's why in some states you will actually see they are given a separate designation of alternative or something else because of the nature of when their students arrive and oftentimes how far off they are academically when they're arriving. But again, that's a very broad statement that I don't want to generalize because that doesn't apply to all students that enroll in these programs.
Yeah. I mean, at best, this is extremely ambiguous. Every time you're in these conversations, there's so much context to how fluid it is, to the different types of enrollment, this and that. I was looking at the report cards and seeing the NC Virtual Academy in 2023 significantly exceeded growth with a really high score and had a 59 and a C. And that, I don't know, that kind of begs the question of just what happened in that year and 23. This is probably 23, 24. I don't know. Maybe it's 22, 23. But anyway, the point I'm making is when you start talking about what Eric brought up before about just the amount of investment, we have to have clarity as to how we're ensuring that these schools are performing. And right now it's so ambiguous, it just feels like a formality to vote for them. And I hate being put in that position because we don't know what we're voting for, right? Like, I don't know what I'm voting for right now. Like,
well, you're voting to give them a 5-year renewal. Yeah.
To do what? To be great, to be good. Maybe they're amazing. Maybe this is completely wrong and this is the wrong metrics and they are kicking butt and they're amazing. You know, I'd want to know that. And if not, like, can you go past 5 years for the virtual, or it has to be just
the way that the legislation is being interpreted, that it is 5.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think if we wanted a different measure, it's incumbent on us. Are we the ones that would be devising that so that we drill down and learn how well they're doing with various grade levels or subject areas or subgroups? Is that correct?
Well, you can make your decision however you want to, right? You can go down through there, but the legislature, the way that I read it, and the Office of Charter Schools has read it the same way, is that it's either you're renewed for 5 years or you're not renewed. That there's no in between on that, because there was a part of the budget in 2023 that went in and said that if you were a virtual charter academy that was part of the pilot program went on for about eight years or so, that you could apply for renewal as a remote charter academy. And so kind of conflated those two terms up because they had always, they were kind of treated differently before. And so, with the remote charter academy, kind of like I think a lot of y'all have remote charter academies that are tied into your school, that this is, purely remote there. And so, but that was that's the way that I read the statute, is that you can apply for a 5-year renewal. And it doesn't seem like it's not like the traditional renewal statute that says, 10-year or less than 10 years. If the board determines this, it just says may apply for a renewal of 5 years.
I forget where we're at. Did we have a motion and a second? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move NC Cyber Academy and North Carolina Virtual Academy to grant them 5-year renewal. Ashley, roll call vote.
Okay. Stephen Gay.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay.
Nay.
Todd Godby.
Nay.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
Linda Ling Hackett Ellis.
Aye.
Eric Gucan.
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes for the 5-year remote charter academy renewals.
All right, thank you so much. So a lot of work today. Thank you, everybody, for your input. We got through the largest number of renewals I can remember in recent years. So we still have two to take action on. That will be Old Mainstream as well as Rocky Mount Preparatory Academy in February.
We did this on Moss.
I don't.
So we voted for both of them? That was on Moss?
Okay, next up, Ms. Logue.
All right, back to talk about my favorite subject. Ready to open. Okay. So, a little background, just a little refresher. We've been working on kind of reviewing the ready to open process within our office for almost a year now. We spent a lot of time this summer reviewing all aspects of the ready to open process, researching planning programs in other states and authorizing districts. We took action this year to improve the planning year structure. So that's the professional development that we offer. That included increased counseling and technical, I thought I heard my name, and increased counseling and technical assistance availability, increased facility and enrollment check-ins, and newly produced materials to facilitate the process. We also we went through every single submission item that we have historically collected, and we vastly reduced the required submissions from 135 to 79 to focus on the areas that are really kind of critical pieces for schools to understand properly. And then we created a new shared drive system for RTO cohorts that is kind of like a living system that our staff can interact with the RTO schools, provide more up-to-date feedback, and try to cut down on the emails back and forth, that sort of thing, to make all of this in the vein of having an effective program, but making it more reasonable and easier for ready to open schools, the board members. So where we are at, I presented to this board regarding some initial thoughts on proposals in November. We received requests for additional time to gather feedback and input from stakeholders. We received that from November until the present. And we held a public workshop to gather feedback and answer questions on January 5th. So we've kind of taken all of that. I would not say that we received an abundance of feedback. We received some feedback. Given the nature of what this program is, of course, you can probably understand that the feedback came from operators or people that tend to work with, RTO boards. I will say that our office's goal is to have a program that is very effective, that creates strong schools. And while we definitely empathize and want to make it a process that is helpful for those boards and those operators, we are also looking at it from the standpoint of how do strong schools impact students and families? And we understand that closures take place and that schools are small businesses. I would say that we also do not want to be like other states. We want to run a program that is better than other states. The historical way that RTO has functioned, particularly in how CSAB and now the CSRB reviews RTO schools, is looking at 4 areas of readiness. Our staff present very brief updates starting in March, and then schools do not appear before this board until June. The summary of what we typically provide to you is a very brief synopsis of what is the enrollment looking like, what is the facility kind of timeline, or where are they at in the in construction or renovations, whatever the case may be. What is the current staffing, the budget, and RTO submissions? Have they been submitting submissions? What does the submission quality look like? Some schools appear, and then CSRB votes on final RTO status. Many schools, especially if they are really meeting expectations and doing great in RTO, do not have to appear. The 4 standards that you typically have looked at for kind of the minimum guidelines, and these are pulled from what we see in administrative code. On the next slide is enrollment, facility, budget, and RTO progress reports. This is what you've seen for years, and you can see it's a good, I would say, outline of the main issues, but perhaps is lacking some detail. When the schools come before you in June, you have the following options. Either a school completes the RTO process successfully and this board votes to for that school to receive the charter agreement, or that board. You can deny RTO. This rarely happens, but it has happened where the process just completely ends and the school does not open. That usually occurs when a school has just shown that they have not been able to, they're not progressing in RTO. Or the school can request a delay and continue in RTO. On the subject matter of delays are automatically granted for the first year. The second year and subsequent years, they come to you. We've seen up to 3-year delays. So my viewpoint on delays or schools needing more time is that they have more time. If they need more time to open, that's not typically the challenge in RTO. The challenge is getting started on a strong foot. All right. So today's proposals, I wanted to bring them now because I believe that if we want to move forward with this next cohort, understanding how they will be viewed and how they will present to you in the spring, that I'd like to have some feedback and, either approval or a request to not do this. Now, preferably February, I would say at the latest. But I will preface by saying the proposals today are aiming to give you guys enhanced insight and comprehensive data. These recommendations that I'm bringing forward will not diminish your ultimate authority to make the final decision. This board votes as the authorizer as to whether a school is ready to open. And OCS believes that the framework we're proposing empowers all the parties, including the boards, but also your board, to make appropriate, well-informed decisions within a reasonable timeline. Okay, so the first the first proposal is that we have phased RTO presentations. And I did take feedback from folks that attended the open session, and I think there was some good feedback about my initial proposal. May, we typically do not have any schools appear before you. We just give you a synopsis. The proposal would be that RTO schools deemed at risk of opening successfully will present virtually. So this would be the new requirement. So instead of having just a brief, this is what's going on with the schools and not hearing from them in person or over online, they would be here to answer questions. I think today, perhaps seeing, one school appear in front of you with stipulations, that you can see how sometimes you get greater data when you're talking, either virtually or face-to-face with the school about how things are going. Also, many of these schools, especially the independent schools that have not opened before, often need your advice and your input and your guidance on things that you might, be flagging. So the proposal would be that our office would look at all of the different aspects of Ready to Open, how they're doing with enrollment, how they're doing with their facility, staffing, etc. And then invite those that we deem at risk to appear virtually in May so that we can present how they're doing and you can ask questions, give guidance, etc. And then June would be the same normal process, which is if they are exemplary, meeting or exceeding all standards, they don't appear. We just give you a summary. If there are areas where they are not meeting RTO expectations, and they come before you. And that we usually do not get any type of pushback from that, because the schools are already appearing, or at least the new leaders are coming to RTO's New Leader Institute in June, and we've specifically scheduled it over the last couple of years to make it easier for them to appear at the same time rather than having to come back and forth. Okay. At both those May and June presentations, we would present readiness reports. So again, the tradition has been, or the process has normally been for us just to put a slide up that gives you the very basic details. The readiness report would be a little bit more are the modulars delivered, giving some more detail in this kind of readiness report, providing that to you. Okay, why phase May and June presentations? I'm not going to read through all these, but I did put them in here because I think it's important that the public who may be listening or any other stakeholder, and certainly your board, understand that this is something that we've thought about really thoroughly, and that the reason, we're bringing these recommendations with a kind of evidence-based approach. One is that it provides early warning system. When schools come in June, they often already have a good number of staff hired. Hopefully they have, enrollments. There's a lot of pressure to keep that school going through the ready to open process because they're so close to the opening date. May allows an early warning system so that we're not quite at that area where it's just a little bit harder to say like no, or maybe you need to reconsider delaying. And then phased decision making just really allows you to kind of see the progress that schools are making. It also shows momentum in areas of enrollment. I think we all know that if you haven't made some momentum or some progress in enrollment between spring heading into summer, it's very unlikely you're going to build a large amount of enrollments in June or July. That has not been borne out. And then better data for final decisions. So it identifies schools that are barely meeting thresholds, allows for deeper questioning. A few years ago, I'm sure several of you remember that there were a lot of questions about one particular school's budget. And those questions allowed you to have clarity on whether that school is able to actually understand a budget. So all along those lines, it provides risk mitigation and it protects families and students. So while closures may be inevitable for charter schools from time to time, we would like to see only strong schools opening and not have, to lower the chance of any schools closing, and certainly our new schools. Okay, proposal number 2 is just to revise slightly the minimum guidelines. So enrollment, I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Facility, essentially all we would be doing differently with facility is providing more information, just trying to get, some more details to you earlier with the phased appearances in May. The budget, we would like to suggest that we've been suggesting how to do break-even budgets. I think if we had it in writing, it might be a little bit stronger for the schools to understand that a break-even budget cannot be under 80. I mean, unless the school has that exception, which, as you know, it's very few. But we would like to recommend schools have 100 as the lowest possible break-even, because in running a school with 80 students is almost fiscally impossible unless you have a good amount of private funding or other capital coming in. And we've seen over the last couple of years that schools tend to think, well, we'll just do 80 because that's the lowest we could go legally. So we'll just do that and see how it works. And then the RTO progress report would be the readiness report, which would be very similar, but a little bit more detailed. With the enrollment, this would be the biggest change that we would be recommending for the minimum guidelines. And we spent a lot of time thinking about what is the right number, and looking at our data and looking into other authorizing entities. There really is not a number that just says like, okay, you get to this and you're good to go. Right. So what we've come up with instead is enrollment tiers. And this essentially would provide to you, school ABC has 84% enrollment. This is where we would place them. So 85 to 100% projected enrollment, we would say strong readiness to open. 75 to 84% would be moderate readiness to open. And then under 75 for projected enrollment, which is also already an administrative code, would be not ready to open. However, we would say that CSRB may consider extenuating factors that provide financial stability reassurance in making its final determinations. And this is because when we look at the data, there are schools that have opened with under 75% and done fine and have, built themselves up to a strong position. But those schools always have some type of external circumstance that is helping them get over that hurdle of low enrollment. And so those is kind of thinking of what those factors would be is whether they have a conservative break-even budget, if they've secured contingency funding, so maybe they have private funding in the form of grants, CSP, et cetera, substantial cash reserves, maybe they have cash from a different operating, a credible enrollment growth plan, maybe they have management company backing that makes their, their break even not quite so dire. And then maybe they have facility cost advantages, which we have seen with some schools where maybe they're getting very cheap or free leases. So that's how we would kind of present the enrollment. Again, the decision would be yours, but instead of just saying, oh, they've got, 70% or they got 82, kind of giving you some more detail and how we would look at that from a kind of a tiered approach, right? From like really strong to needing some more evaluation and maybe support or, looking into what other factors might be able to help them get over that low enrollment. The facility reports would just, like I've said, just be more thorough. So giving certificate of occupancy timelines, inspection status, construction status, traffic and DOT status. It is very important that schools understand that these things take a very long time. And while it might seem a given, we have seen over the years that some schools do not understand this. And so giving them having them see the type of details that we are going to go into when we present to your board, I think would be helpful for them to understand how important it is. And schools are receiving multiple resources and planning tools for all of this. So they aren't just on their own to do it. But in the case, especially with facilities and DOT and traffic, right, those are mostly local agencies that they have to work with. We cannot facilitate or necessarily handhold, although we definitely provide what we can. And then budgets, again, we would recommend that we would recommend best practice 100 students, no lower, than 100 students for break-even budgets. And then if they're going to have between 80 and 100 students, we would recommend that they have some type of supporting documentation about how they can support that budget, such as, or why they need to have a lower enrollment, such as maybe they have a small facility, they can't necessarily have 100 kids, that sort of thing. But just digging into that a little bit, because I think the detail is warranted with more and more schools coming in closer to their break-even numbers. All right. So a summary on those, May appearances for those at risk. So not all schools, but those that may be struggling in some regard. Detailed progress reports, enrollment tiers. So again, we're not ranking them or telling them they cannot do or can do anything. We are simply giving that information to you in a tiered approach. And then detailed facility, and then updated best practice break-even budget guidelines. So giving them some more guidance on what the best practice for break-even budgets are. So those are what we'd like to move forward with this next cohort. And it's, we wanted to bring it forward to you to get some thoughts. If you, to understand how you would like us to move forward with this next group, as we will begin providing updates to you in March.
Thank you, Ashley. Quite a few, I have several questions. I want to be mindful of time though, too. So there's two proposals being presented. I guess my question is, does this really require us to vote? I mean, if these are best practices, why wouldn't the office just implement them and present the information to us? Like, for example, I think of the under the enrollment tiers. If you want to move up to that slide. I mean, to me, that's just a dashboard. Green is good. The middle one's yellow. The bottom one's red. We do that. We take that information as we want when we're reviewing their ready to open readiness. So I guess to go back to my question, why do we feel we need to vote or on these? Why is just implement them as
Well, I would be happy to do that. But I think because Ready to Open tends to elicit a lot of feedback from outside forces, I think that we felt it would be, yeah.
And then on the first proposal, number one, I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but I'll just to throw it out there. Like we're talking about on up proposal number one. That's you're talking about bringing in schools that are quote at risk in May and June, but it's really your office who's determining which of those schools are at risk based upon the data points you're collecting throughout the Ready to Open year.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I would say May would be a virtual appearance. So they would be available virtually to answer questions.
But this also doesn't override our situation where following scenario, you're concerned about a school that's supposed to open in August. Whatever the trigger is for that concern, it might be building, it might be what they're reporting on low enrollment, it might be board turnover. Like it could be a lot of different things that you determine this school's at risk. I'm not so sure they're going to make it. This is saying you're going to have them come before us in May and then again in June. But that doesn't prevent us from saying, hey, and I want to see you in July too. I want to see you in August before your school actually opens. I mean, I realize there's a point of no return here where we don't want to be, school's going to open August 15th and we're deciding on August 1st whether they really can do it or not. But we certainly don't want the opposite that we've had recently, which is school opened up and then we decide 2 months later, yeah, we're closing you.
Yeah, and this would not limit that for sure, but I don't think we haven't typically seen that occur.
And I guess the other thing is some of this is, sorry guys, it's as good as the information you have available to you as well. I mean, I think back to the most recent example with the school over in, I think it was Guilford on the TISA, High Point. Like there's a lot of things we can unpack about that situation, right? But if you're being given information that the number of applications is X and that's translating into Y enrollments, if that's not true, you're sort of at the mercy of for appropriate reporting on the other end. That's I guess what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that has not typically been a concern of yeah, the transparency hasn't necessarily been the concern. I would say it's more of that belief that we're going to make it, even though the data is not really there in June or July.
Yes, which I go back to my comment I made either November or December. I think we might find ourselves in a position of lessons learned from the past that we might need to we might need to give a year delay to a school even if they're not asking for it. Because there comes a point where passion is no longer their strategy, right?
A couple questions. Why would May be virtual if there's a school that you guys consider, you've put a label on them of at risk?
That was my initial thought was in person, but I did get feedback that finding board members is difficult and RTO is already difficult. And so asking them to come into DPI in May and June is extra difficult. So that was kind of a compromise to understanding that the boards are made up of lay people, often with jobs.
Like us.
Right.
just to be clear. Yeah, I mean, if they're at risk of not being able to open, I think I'd show up in person. And you're phased when you would say the green, yellow, red. Would that still be at the June meeting? When is it? Are you proposing any change in the timeline or just a change in the way that what you call it?
Just present the way we present it.
Okay, got it. And at one time we had talked about setting some sort of better definition of what constitutes an enrollment. right? Because some were like, I saw them in the grocery store and they said they were going to come. So we're going to put them on the list, and some have gotten, they've signed up that they are, that they want to enroll. And some have gone, something where they've at least gone through some percentage of the process, that we talked about better defining what constitutes someone that we're going to count as enrolled.
Yes, and we have in the last couple of years started actually like one-on-one virtual meetings with the school so that they show us what their enrollment paperwork looks like, what they're collecting. And that I think has improved maybe some questions we had about transparency years ago.
Right. Because I can tell you, even, when you've been open for 10 years, we have people all the time that go 50% of the way, 75% of the way through enrollment, fill out everything, give us all of their, and then don't show up. Like they don't, it's amazing. It seems like there's more of those every year, each year than there were the year before. So I think thinking what we constitute, and enrollment, like somebody that we really think is going to show up. And then do we apply some sort of percentage to that to say, okay, we're going to reduce that number by 20% to be realistic? Or I don't know. And then my last question was, I wonder about, in here, you still give folks, even though those that are not approved, the ability to do a break-even budget that's between 80 and 100. And I think rather than 100 being best practice, you might want to consider it being not less than 100. Because again, for the exact same reason that we just talked about, if a school believes that they're going to get 90 kids, they're not, right? And then they're going to be below 80.
Yeah, I was going to ask similar around that 100 number, not less than, because the other side of this coin is like, if you're building a school in your year one and you're planning for 450 kids and you're $40 million into it, a break-even budget at 100 is pointless. It is as valid as a break-even budget of 10 kids, right? So,
Ashley, thank you and your team for the obvious thought that you put into this process, the experience that you bring. I have a couple of questions. How big is the team that is working on RTO? How big is your team, period? And then how big is the team working on RTO?
Yes, we have 7 consultants now, and 4 of them are working on RTO. As everybody on my team works on at least 3, probably, workflows.
Yep.
So that's one of their 3 minimum workflows.
Got it. One thing that's, I made mention to this before, but just on this board, we have a lot of folks that are running or have run charter schools. Your team is clearly stretched. They do an amazing job, and they're also, everybody has 3 workflows. You just said it. I wonder if there's some kind of way that we can deploy. I find that, with some of these RTOs, when somebody comes before us, I'll just pick on Eric for a minute. Some people go, Eric will be like, I can help you out. And I know that. I just wonder, is there a process by which we can, is there a process by which we can deploy some of our more successful school leaders who have done this and can kind of speak it in a way, because if it's coming from DPI, it's kind of, City Hall tells me I need to hit X, Y, or Z. But I think if you have sort of a mentor or just kind of and I know mentor systems can get very complicated and all that, but I just wonder if there's a better way, to visit school. Here's what a high performing school looks like. Here's what a high performing school looks like that serves the population that you serve. It just to make it real and also not make it real from a compliance standpoint, but also make it real from there are people out there that are doing this and can do it, and this is what success looks like. I think it just makes it more tangible for folks.
Yeah, I think there's definitely, there are groups like Great Schools NC that's doing, they have grants to help schools, and they do that kind of mentorship programs.
Sure, it's a great example.
Consultants, there's definitely people that just work, with different schools. So I think that is there. I think that does not solve the problem of enrollment and making sure that you understand some of the, facility challenges, that sort of thing. But yeah.
To that note, I just want to say that Dr. Norris has done a good job at the planning sessions. We always have a current charter school leader, boots on the ground person who shares with the cohort a lot of what you're talking about. And they always offer their time, attention, phone numbers, their direct cell phone numbers. And so although maybe not as formalized as what you're talking about, I will say that that's one thing that we have implemented this year for sure. I think we did it a couple times last year, very well received by the cohort because they are boots on the ground and they listen to them a little bit better.
We've done a few of those.
Yeah, around this table, several of you have done that. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think that, so as I sit here, I'm not going to necessarily second guess that if the office feels that these are necessary and helpful, that might help schools be more successful in exiting RTO in the time frame that we hope to see them, then I'm willing to give these a shot. I think this is a starting point, though. I think there's a lot to unpack here. I would like us to look at, not today, probably not next month, but I think we need to look at the process at large, RTO, application, pre-application, to help charters be more successful. I think of my own experience when I first got into this 12 years ago, before I ever even entered RTO, I had the opportunity to sit down with Parents for Educational Freedom. We did Friday night boot camps for 3 hours for 6 straight weeks, building next door, before we even downloaded the application and put the first pencil to paper, right? And being exposed, not just during the RTO process, but pre-application process, right? Where maybe we can catch some of these things. First Friday night, if I said, yeah, I want to build a school for 100 kids, probably should have showed me, well, you don't have to leave the room yet, but there's the door, right? I'm making this up a little bit. So I think this is probably a good start. I think that we need to look at, my opinion, not everyone you don't have to agree with it. I think that things we talked about today on renewals, schools given their charter, yes, there's a point in time where they're given their charter, and if it's 10 years later and they still haven't opened, it's highly unlikely that much of what their charter might still be relevant. But at the same time, if it's going to take them years, that's what it takes them. If it's going to take them 4 years, that's what's going to take them. And if that's going to lead to greater success, why would we find that opportunity? And I just think there's all being long-winded. I think if you say these things might be helpful as your staff manages this process, then I trust your judgment on that. I just think we have some other things to unpack in this whole process, from pre-application to doors open, that we might want to look at, and that we as a board have the authority to take action on as well.
Yeah, I echo what's been said. I appreciate the thought that's put in to help us see these things beforehand. The enrollment piece is tough, because the bottom line is it's the July Infinite Campus actual number that matters. Until they actually do that formal transfer to it, like you said, none of it matters before that. Even that doesn't always go through. I think when you think about the idea of almost hiring someone, and you think about the application process versus onboarding versus when they're actually an employee, you want to catch as much as you can in terms of the red flags in the application process. And I think sometimes I wonder whether or not there's just a little bit too much latitude given in some of these areas that you spoke about, when they don't have and I know I've done it where I've given a lot of latitude to budgets, or to the needs assessment or to things like that. And maybe there needs to be a little more focus on that, and we need to hold people a little more accountable so that it doesn't get to a point where, hey, we did notice the needs assessment was pretty bare. We did notice that their marketing wasn't great, but then we get to May and suddenly they got 72 kids and they're not there. So
to Bruce's point earlier, I mean, we get a lot of passionate boards, that are smart and impress us, but very often hope is a strategy. And in boards have to be passionate, and boards have to have hope, but they also have to have all of those things too, right? They also have to have the data and a structure and policies and procedures. And I think that we want to nurture one without killing the other, right? So it's a delicate balance, and I think that the work that you guys are doing is getting us closer and closer to doing that.
Other comments from board members?
I don't know if you've determined we vote or not, but these are two good proposals that if we put into practice, then we'll begin to see their effect and then can move from there. They drill down a little more and a little sooner, and it seems like that would be helpful.
Would someone like to make a motion then that we accept these two proposals?
Chair, I move that we accept the two proposals presented by the Office of Charter Schools for the RTO process.
I'll second her motion.
And I just would add, to be redundant, I just think, yes, and I think there's more we can do as well that we should look to particularly, I mean, in support and helping Ashley and her staff as well. So, okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, it passes.
All right, thank you. So we'll start bringing you greater detail in March. And we will also, the only update I have is Nikki and I will start working on the draft agenda. We might be able to make it another one-day meeting. So I will try to let you know as soon as possible for February. Yes, I will.
Yeah.
Did you say snowing? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I know we ran over today, and I appreciate everyone's time. These are really important votes we had today. And if February can be one day, that's great. But if it needs to be just a longer day, then that's still better than having it on 2 days. So, adjourn. Second. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you to the Office of Charter Schools for all your work. Really appreciate it.